right, once again, we are joined here at the at the ever wondrous Level 1 Adventuring stream. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Wolfe Scott, taking a look at my audio levels, because it is always impossible for me to hear how it sounds to y'all. So I'm going to err on the side of caution and turn it down. And then if you decide, 20th OD, what is going on? 20th, you can be my guinea pig to let me know if my music is correct or incorrect. But welcome to Level 1 Adventuring. Once again, I'm your host and master, Wolfe Scott. Thank you for returning if you are one of our regulars, such as 20th. If you are new, so glad to have you. Hope you're going to stick around. What is the channel? The Twitch stream, everything that we do. We are primarily a role-playing, game-centric content platform. So, solo RPGs, group RPGs, digital RPGs, TTRPGs. We got a bunch of different things going on. Wednesdays are usually, I think it's working because I was hearing jingly music. Okay, good. Jingly music is what we wanted a few minutes ago. We run long-form campaigns. We have a D&D long-form campaign that runs usually on Wednesdays, and other little types of content peppered in here and there, like what you're going to see tonight. If you like what you see here and you're into more of our work, please follow us on all the things. Subscribe to YouTube, hit the notification bells. All of our uploads go to the YouTube channel so you can catch up on previous episodes. And you can catch us here live Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays typically, barring extreme circumstance. I got to run through some other announcements. Shout out to StreamSpell and Streamlabs for giving us all of the awesome digital assets you've seen here, all the transitions and fun visual effects. We appreciate you. We have an affiliate link for them down in our description if you feel like using some elements yourself. Thank you for Tabletop Audio, who's hopefully providing the cool sci-fi sounds that is jingling, as 20th OD has said, in the background. They provide free audio for a bunch of different tabletop genres, and we very much appreciate them for their skills and their talents. And then finally, thank y'all, everyone who's watching, because I have some exciting announcements. Well, I guess I should say one more thing, because this is going to be announced on the Discord as well for bookkeeping. So join the Discord. It's where we talk about all the streams that we're going to do, what we have planned. It is currently in the works of becoming a D&D 5th edition play-by-post space, so you'll be able to join us for that. But things that are going to be announced on the Discord but are not yet, as this comes up on the front of the screen, and maybe spoils it, but hopefully not. So I'm running, I run a giveaway every month on the channel. I started doing this past month. And we have our winners, our top 3. We have a loyalty point system here on the channel, so if you do things like chat a lot, watch a lot of videos, send me clips that I can convert into fun videos for all of our socials, you get little loyalty points, and it tracks on our end so I can see who's been interacting with us the most, which is fun. So I have our top 3 most loyal patrons as our analytics are concerned anyway. And they all get like little fun prizes. So at first place, coming in at 6,525 loyalty points, drumroll please, Ailing, user Ailing. Ailing is always in the chat or usually lurking close nearby. Our first place winner has earned themselves a sub. I'm lurking, I'm at work being a manager. Well, Mochi, I'm glad to have you, and I'm sure you'll be hearing more of me in your ear. I hope that it inspires you to manage. But Ailing, yes, Ailing has earned themselves a sub, courtesy of me. I actually tried to already give it to you, Ailing, if you watch this later, but apparently you can't gift subs if people are already subscribed or something. I thought maybe I could extend the sub duration, so we're gonna have to work something out between us to make that work. But congratulations. Our second place winner, at 4,250 loyalty points, is none other than Filth Slinger herself, manager extraordinaire Mochi Fett. Second place winner is Mochi. So Mochi, I'm actually going to be giving you like, I'm gonna be giving you some loyalty points to start the new month with. So I'm gonna start everyone fresh. So you're gonna get a heads up on hopefully claiming the top spot for next month. Congratulations. Earn yourself a free sub. And then finally, our third place winner, and you know, third, if you ain't, what's the saying? If you ain't first, you're last, but not for third, because if you're third, you're still great in my eyes. Is our very present a dumbass named Loki. Loki, thank you so much for being our third at 2,570 points. Heads up, and I'll pick up my Wegman sub when I'm in Brooklyn next. Is that what is currently on the docket as a Wegman sub? I didn't realize that was part of the prize structure. I'll have to rework it. Loki, I think for third place, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you some of the dragon coins to play with Beans. Maybe you can level Beans up, put him, get him in a fight. Beans is our stream mascot dragon, by the way. If you see that little creature in the corner, which you can do a bunch of fun stuff with. You can feed it, you can train it, you can have it battle people, you can like breed it and change its appearance and stuff. It's a lot of fun. And there's a bunch of other channel rewards in there as well that you can toy with on the stream to interact with me and the game. Some of the stream commands allow you to like re-roll dice or do other fun stuff. So thank you so much for all of our viewers who continue to come back and play games with me and comment, and it means the world to us. Thank you, and the whole level 1 team. So now that we have announced the winners, what are we doing tonight, you may ask? Well, if you have not already seen the tweet announcement, we are going to be playing, and I will switch over to my solo stream so we can get a look at this. There we go. Look at that. Look at those sweet, beautiful transitions. We are going to be playing Notorious. Winners. Loki, did you just join a couple seconds ago? I was announcing all of the giveaway winners for the loyalty point system. You actually won. You came in third place. So you're gonna get some dragon coins to play with Beans. Hopefully tonight or by tomorrow. But yeah, I had a little monthly giveaway going on. So congratulations, Loki. So what are we gonna be doing tonight? We are going to be playing Notorious. Notorious is an RPG that just released, I think, this year, if I'm not mistaken, by author Jason Price. Honestly, I wanted that one the most. Well, listen, I was in the ether. I knew I could pick it up through a spiritual phenomenon, which is very similar to what would be licensed and branded and called the Force if we were LucasArts, but because we are not the Force, that is not what it is called, right? For all legality purposes. I felt it, so I had to give it to you. But speaking of Star Wars and licensing and legalities, Notorious by Jason Price is very much inspired by the Star Wars universe, the canon of the sort of the mythos of Star Wars. There's an old empire clinging to its power. There's a new uprising that's trying to oust them from their intergalactic hold. There's a mysterious order of mystics and scions who are on the fringes of the galaxy. There are space gangs, but most importantly, there are hard Scrabble bounty hunters of various types, and that is who we get to play in Notorious. The point of Notorious is that you create a bounty hunter, you go on adventures, you track down leads and marks, and you do the cool blasty shooty stuff in the middle, and it's a great time. This is the PDF right here. You can pick it up for I think $10 on. Was it itch.io, I think, that I bought it on? You can itch.io. Always checkers, itch.io right there. So please check it out. It's a lot of fun. Super fast paced to play. Only requires 2d6 and some imagination, which we have plenty of. But yeah, this is pretty much the long and short of it. It shows you all the different kinds of bounty hunters that you can build. We've already done this, so this is our second session. And we'll talk about our bounty hunter in a second to kind of catch people up. But basically, depending on what kind of bounty hunter you pick, you get different equipment, different storytelling prompts to help you create the backstory for your bounty hunter. And then you also do a couple of random rolls to decide who you're hunting, where you're hunting them, sort of the backdrop of the story to be told. We set that up in probably an hour last stream, and I did a little bit of it ahead of time. Granted, that stream went really long because I was so convinced that we could close the bounty in one session, but I just did not get lucky and was not rolling what I needed to roll to find my leads. But now I should probably have more than enough to find my leads. So we'll see. This might be a little shorter than usual. It depends on how lucky I am with the dice rolls. But we'll talk a little bit about our bounty hunter, and we'll talk a little bit about our previously on. So, I decided to choose the nomad profile of the Scoundrel. The Scoundrel is very much a gunslinger. You can see kind of has a space cowboy vibe by the official art, so I decided to lean into that hard. And I created what we were calling the Space Texan, the bounty hunter and Space Texan, Redarr Kenth. This is Redarr Kenth. Well, at least an approximation of Redarr through, as interpreted through DALL-E AI art generator. Redarr is a human bounty hunter. When you see him, has this sort of very Daft Punk-esque helmet on, just like a clean sheet of darkened glass and metal that has like various little holographic targeters and like input relays across the front of it, with a big old wide brim cowboy hat. The face shield can open up, which shows his human visage. He's, of course, rugged and handsome and weather worn and weary. Is actually missing an eye. Has a metal plate attached there, which also has a holographic readout, which connects with his visor when it's closed, so it gives him that full scope of vision and, upgrades to his normal sight. Wears a big cowboy duster. Part of his character generation, because you roll for their personalities, and this sometimes influences aspects of their what they're carrying or how they carry themselves. I, of course, chose cocky. If I'm gonna be a space cowboy, I gotta have a little grit in me. Gotta have a little grit and some fight in me. So I chose cocky, and so part of my prompt was like, what is one element of clothing that I wear that kind of makes me stand out, that I'm show-offy about? And so I wrote that he wears this big, long sort of leather wrap, this cloak, that when it hangs fully down just kind of looks like a big, sheet of material, but it's actually individual strips, of the sort of long synthetic... I don't want to say leather, because in this world it's probably not leather, but as a similar substance. So whenever he pulls up his hands and grabs his guns, and all the strips fly out dramatically and like waver in the wind. Very reminiscent of I was inspired by the mist cloaks of Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn for that, if you're familiar with that. Armaments. He's got 2 big badass laser pistols, because of course he does. And in terms of his melee capabilities, he's not as strong in close quarters as he is in ranged, but he does have like 2 shock packs that are built into the chunky handles of his blasters. Synth leather, yeah, exactly. It's like some hybrid material from the future, the far future, a galaxy far, far away. But he has these big shock packs built into the handles of his pistols that kind of act as makeshift stun batons. Because I kind of imagined he does like, this sort of gun fu, like movie, gun kata kind of stuff. So when people get close to him, he can just sort of like, and like shock him and like knock him out. So, he's cool. He's badass. Anything I'm missing? So every bounty hunter normally has like when you're generating the character, has sort of like a trigger in their past, a sort of an event that will be called upon at certain times in the story to kind of add more emotional depth or weight to certain scenarios. And so Redarr Kenth was actually trained by another very famous bounty hunter by the name of Kel Woe, who I don't have a picture of, actually. I should have generated one. But Kel Woe, also a gunslinger, also a scoundrel, a known, notorious... Oh, they're called nomads in this one, by the way. The bounty hunters are typically called nomads. A notorious nomad in his time, and actually took Redarr under his wing when Redarr was very young and sort of abandoned on his own, because Redarr actually accidentally got into a fight with one of Kel's marks. He didn't realize at the time. Had a shootout with the mark, killed him without realizing that he was a wanted man by the guild, by the bounty hunting guild. And so Kel, who could have probably, extracted some sort of price from Redarr from such behavior, decided, hey, this kid's alone and he's got the right stuff. And actually, Kel's also lost his son from some Targ. I think they're called Targs, are the sort of the Hut equivalent in this world. They're gangs. He lost his son to the Targ, so he adopts Redarr, teaches him the ways of the nomad. They become a fearsome duo. But one day, during one of their outings, Redarr had the chance to stop a very dangerous weapon, sort of a experimental warp bomb from going off on one of their hunts. And the only way that he could disable is if he shot, I imagine in my mind's eye, the cannon that I've made up, that he had to shoot this like sort of reactor, but the only way that he could shoot it was if he shot through Kel. And Kel urged Redarr to do it because it was sort of like the greater good, but Redarr could not bring himself to do it. He hesitated, and the warp bomb went off. It ended up mass teleporting, not only Kel, but various other innocents to some unknown quantity of space. Whoa! Overweight ski? Oh, hello. I heard the whatchamacallit, the guitar solo go off. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being in chat. Hope you stick around for more. So as we were saying, does not shoot through Kel. The warp bomb breaks, ends up teleporting Kel and a bunch of innocents to some unknown factor of space. Are they abandoned? Did they die in the vacuum of the void? No one knows. And that eats away at Redarr, and he's sort of secretly always kind of hoping he'll find Kel, but, it's been years and nor hide nor hair has been seen. So that's our bounty hunter. So we did a bunch of stuff to generate where we were going. Sorry, my nose is itching me. We ran a bunch of, random tables to figure out who we were hunting and where. So a couple things that we got. The planet that we're on is known as Talus. This is one of the pre-made planets. You could, of course, roll your own planets, but we kind of ran with one of the pre-mades to start. This is a desert planet, very fitting for a Star Wars adjacent, storytelling property. But and the most common species here that live on Talus are humans, Murians, which are like rat folk, and Lektok, which are bug folk. And our target, is an individual by the name of Navi Mod. Here's a little picture of Navi Mod. Navi is of a species known as the Pellicid. They're kind of like a rock-like or almost sentient crystalline alien species. Navi is a spice dealer, which if you're familiar with any sci-fantasy trope, spice is, usually the slang term for some sort of space drug. Navi was actually peddling spice, turns out, in Red Moon Syndicate territory. Red Moon Syndicate is another faction in this world. They're kind of like the high-end criminal coterie. And he was selling it for the Targ, so the Huts, right? The rival gang, selling spice on their turf. The Red Moon found out. They were like, we need to get him. Thought you said pebbling. For Pellicid? Pellicid? Or peddling. For peddling spice. Yeah, well, I mean, for Navi's sake, being that they're made of rocks, could also be pebbling spice. Is that like when you grind it? Like it's any, like a mortar and pestle? Just like pebbling the spice. But, my brain. So, I heard something else similar. Mochi! I'm gonna have to get a spray bottle in here. Bring the filth. It's fine. Bring the filth. That's why we love you, Mochi. That's why you were number 2 for the filth. Mochi. Loki just says Mochi. So Navi was peddling spice for the Targ gang in Red Moon Syndicate territory. That's a big no-no. And so decided to flee to Talus, which turns out is pretty much Targ space. It's pretty much controlled by the Targ gang, as we found out firsthand in our little recap coming up. And so we're being paid by the Red Moon Syndicate. Navi thinks they can lay low, maybe, get some money together, pay off their debt, what have you. But the Red Moon Syndicate are not so patient. You're lurking! Are you lurking or are you filthing? What are you doing, Mochi? It's alright, do whatever you want. This chat is the Wild West. Okay, I wouldn't say that he got his ass handed to him per se, Loki. Redarr, got very close to a win. It was sort of like whoever is going to get the next shot was the winner. It just so happened that the Targ gang leader was faster twice. That's all, But the Red Moon Syndicate has sent Redarr to hunt down Navi in Talus and take him in. And so that's where we're at. So what happened our last session? A lot. This game moves pretty fast. We're constantly rolling dice, or I should say, rolling dice and ... You will all be very happy to know that the creator behind Notorious, almost forgot the name, created this wonderful digital resource where a lot of the, I'm assuming all of, the random roll tables were digitized and turned into a website that you can use to randomly roll all of your events and stuff. So we've been using that to really speed up play, which is great. That's an awesome tool if you're playing digitally. But yeah, the game moves really fast, rolled a couple dice, and we got a lot of events. The broadest strokes were that we found out that the planet is controlled by the Targ crime family, but it has an opposing force in that the old Empire is trying to carve out a sector of control here. We actually ran into more Empire-controlled spaceports and, bazaars than anything Targ-affiliated. And we also learned that there is a fringe group of the Mystic Order, the sort of Jedi equivalent in this world here as well. We've interacted with a few times. But pretty much, we were trying to hunt down our leads to get to Navi, and we didn't do that. But we met a bunch of colorful characters in the meantime. We met the lovable Nith, who is a hairless rat folk. He's like a naked mole rat mercenary who has a giant gun and wears big old goggles and is usually hopped up on spice. We met Reef. We made friends, Loki says. Yeah, we made friends and we made enemies, as we'll soon learn. We met Reef, who was the sketchy little bug folk, this little roach of bug folk, who owed some people some money on this planet. He was trying to get off-world and kept badgering us to help him get off-world, and eventually we relented. So they're following us now. Met another bug folk scientist, who we saved, actually, from some Targ gangers that were trying to steal their equipment. We blasted them down. But in the process, we made enemies of the Targ and a friend of the scientist. Later on, that same gang found us in the middle of the wastelands, ambushed us on their swoop bikes, and their leader, their gang leader, whose name is, I'm going to look through my events real quick, ganger boss, Mina Vi, another Pellicid, a big rock person, showed up, pretty much called us out, wanted to make us answer for killing the previous gangers, and just, we described her as wearing, black leather, spike-studded leather, with, crystals poking out of her shoulders and spikes with, alien skulls splattered on them, and pretty much she had these jet boots, dashed at us, shoulder barged us into the ground, almost squished our head. We got a few shots off on her, but unfortunately we were not quick enough to pull that final trigger, and she knocks us unconscious. That would have normally been a very bad thing for us, but because we made friends with the scientist, the Empire actually ended up intervening on our behalf, found us right before battle ended, and took us in, got us healed up, and so we sort of, that's my type of gal. Yeah, Mina seems pretty hardcore. I mean, at least showed it to us firsthand how hardcore she was. So we got sort of healed and patched up by the Empire scientist. And we also... What else did we do? We also... Well, we just kind of found out in general the Targ are making big power plays here. We've seen a couple different assassination attempts on Empire individuals by the Targ. We ourselves were actually tried to be assassinated by a drone that was implanted in the Bounty Hunters Guild cantina on Talus as we were flirting with what was her name? Oh, Itsuki Ich, the really badass assassin nomad we found, the sniper. We were like talking about the job. I was giving her an update. The droid turns on us with like Mina's voice through its intercom voice box and starts shooting. So the Targ are making big power plays here. They're probably not getting very happy that we're getting nearer and nearer to their spice dealer contact. And that pretty much leaves us off. The last thing we did, the very last scene. Oh my gosh. The last two scenes were so intense. So we went back out into the waste to try to find our mark, and we ended up waking up to see that some of our supplies were stolen, specifically a set of gunsmithing tools and repair tools that were handed down to us by Kel, right? Our bounty hunter nomad / adoptive father, who we have very complex feelings about. And so in a rage, we tracked down, you know, the beings that were responsible for this theft. And there were these tiny little alien scavengers called, I named them Wayjacks. These sort of big lady that can kick your ass. Junker Queen. Actually, Mina would act, now that you say Junker Queen, Mina in my head does give big Junker Queen vibes. Of course, a golem as well. Junker Queen, you know, ex-golem. But still, yeah, I definitely imagine Junker Queen vibes off of Mina. The little Wayjacks, which I imagined as sort of these like gray, warty, leather-skinned, almost like toad-like scavengers. They were modding their shock rifles with our tools. They were, you know, they're known for like sort of stealing things from travelers in the wasteland. And Redarr could not control himself. Just started seeing red when he realized that Kel's things were being taken from him, and just sort of went on an absolute rampage and slaughtered those Wayjacks in the middle of the desert as Reef and Nif stared on slack-jawed and traumatized. So after that very harrowing moment for everyone, Redarr was feeling suitably shaken up, went back to town to have a drink, and it turns out that this little trading post they were at had a desert shaman who was nearby, who people, you know, sought out for spiritual counsel. They're animals, and I slaughtered them like animals. I hate sand. It's so coarse and it gets everywhere. Although you have to say like Redarr, I hate sand. It's coarse. It gets everywhere. So yes, Loki, very, very Anakin in that moment. But, you know, Redarr, not usually the one to seek spiritual counsel, but after that particular moment, and just the day he's basically had, or I guess a couple of days, you don't really know how long Redarr has been here. Oh, and a mix of Tank Girl. Wow, I forgot about Tank Girl. What a blast from the past. Yeah, Tank Girl. That's also... I see the Mina Vi to Junker Queen to Tank Girl pipeline is real. I see it in my mind's eye, Mochi. You're very right on that. So he goes to this desert spiritual leader to maybe try to get himself centered. But it turns out that the shaman was like writing these mysterious symbols in the sand and like throwing these stones and sort of communing with nature. And sees Redarr approach and starts, and with shock and horror on his face, says that he will bring ruin to Talus, and he's an ill omen and all this stuff. And when the camera zoomed out on our scene, you know, we see that a lot of the sigils that he was drawing in the sand resembled an eye. not too unlike the eye that Redarr lost so many years ago as a fledgling bounty hunter, which has, definitely not done much to improve his state of well-being. And so that's essentially where we left off. We left off with Redarr bidding farewell to the shaman. The shaman was like pretty much ignoring him and like went back into his tent to probably say some desert prayers and cast away the demon that is Redarr. But yeah, I think after that we just sort of wandered back into town. We met back up with Reef and Nif, who are probably trying to console us and asking us how that went. And I imagine, we're very tight-lipped about it. Just like, he ain't saying much that I didn't already know. Which is, I guess, his way of, I don't know, sad boy feels. Edgelord sad boy feels. And they probably very quietly don't challenge him on that because they've already seen the force of his anger firsthand today. And he probably drinks himself into a bit of a stupor, has to sleep it off, and get back on the hunt for Navi come daybreak. So I think that's where that leads us now. So I believe I have all of my tools up for all of our random rolls and any sort of clarifying rules we're going to need. Although I still have the rune rule book up, which was, we don't need rune tonight. We also... Oh, I should unmark that. We no longer have the healer's effect. All of our little buddies that we've met so far give us sort of tangible benefits. So what do we have right now? We have a mystic bonus, which will give us an extra success against our next leader target, which hopefully we'll find soon. We have Nif the mercenary, the next hostile or leader target we encounter. He's going to help us fight them. And then Reef the Roach, upgraded our duster, upgraded our armor. So we have an extra heart against our next leader target if we get into a gunfight with them. So that's good to know. I'll have to make a special mental note of that. So here's Redarr. So yeah, I think we can get back into the swing of telling our story and rolling some dice. So I'm going to roll the Explorer. If your notoriety is 6 or higher, which it should be at this point. Yeah, I have max notoriety. This might actually be very short, depending on if every next explore is a notoriety check. So if your notoriety is 6 or higher, you encounter a lead. Okay, so then I have my lead generator right here. Her name is Danica LaFoe. She's a human. Okay, so this is our first lead. This is exciting. So let's make a little page for Exploration 9, because we're gonna generate some knowledge on Danica. So we have Danica LaFoe. Was her name? LaFoe. Oh, Danica LaFoe. I'll be able to put on my very bad French accent for Danica LaFoe. So she's a human. She, her. I'm just gonna... Usually I roll, but I don't know. In my heart, I want to say Danica is she, her. So I'm gonna say that. Let's generate some appearances for Danica. Let's go here. Let's go to our NPC generator module. We're gonna go to our dice roller, and I'm gonna roll 2d20, see what we get. A 20 and a 16. Oh, okay. Let's roll 20 again. So 4. Oh wait, there we go. 4, 16. 4, 16. Okay, and 13. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, Danica's got a couple different unique features about her. Danica's got outlandish clothes, a extravagant hairstyle, or bald. Maybe I'll go with bald, just to change it up. And 13, we got a unique eye color. Interesting. Okay, so let's go back to our job 1. So we have outlandish clothes. I'm going to say bald and unique eyes. Let's say for the eyes, perhaps they are... I'm going to say that they are entirely holographic. I'm going to say they're not quite like Redarr's, where he has a metal plate. What is outlandish in a space story? That is a very good question. I mean, I guess what is outlandish in a fantasy story too, right? Like, these generators are all borrowed from, like, you know, various fantasy generation tools. But, like, yeah, in a fantasy story, anybody's wearing anything. The same thing for sci-fantasy. So I'm going to say, so her unique eyes, they're going to be completely holographic. They're like orbs of hard light. I'm going to, well, I can't type today. Orbs of hard light. I'm going to say that she is bald. I'm getting the feeling that she's got a darker complexion in my mind. I'm just like going with my instincts here. Danica Leffa. Completely bald, holographic eyes. Outlandish clothing is interesting. Let's see what they give us for here. So she's sarcastic. Maybe this will help us figure out a little bit more of her, personality here. So, what stuffy formality do they insist on enforcing, or what unusual item of clothing marks them out? Well, we already got unusual item of clothing, so I guess we're going to lean into that. I know it's going to help us. Let's go to GM Emulator. And I think we actually have a tool to help us figure out... Is it? That song has been stuck in my head by Sierra... Oh, what's her name? She's all over TikTok right now. She's great. Vivienne. Oh, like, is the vibe like Vivienne from, I want to say Dark Souls, but that's not it. Dragon Age, is that what you're saying? Yeah, I get that. Kind of a Vivienne vibe. Let us... I was hoping I had the actual... Oh, NPC generator. Right here. Yeah, I'm dumb. Let's do this. If we can get an idea of perhaps... There we go. This is what I wanted. If we get an idea of who she is, maybe we can decide what's outlandish from there. So I'm gonna roll 100, 50, and 27. So conservative, interesting. 27. Chieftain. I'm gonna go orator. I'm gonna go one above orator, because chieftain, an orator. A conservative orator. Ooh, okay. So what I'm seeing in my mind's eye, if I'm thinking outlandish and I'm thinking orator, I'm thinking someone who's official, almost kind of like a politician kind of vibe. So perhaps, it's almost like a dress, right? Made of like synthetic material, plastic and like metal. But it has like this high collar on it, right? That like pretty much the only skin that you can see from Danica is like her face and her head, her like bald shaped head, right? From her neck down, everything is completely covered. Like the neck part is like skin tight, like maybe like a synthetic sort of white or silver. And then it has this high metal like collar that kind of goes up and around. And then yeah, 20th OD, it's just a big long robe, like a sheet of synthetic material that goes straight down. And like her silhouette, she just almost looks like a cone almost. You can't see any part of her body unless like you're looking like very, very specifically, or she's close enough. So yeah, she's like a sarcastic orator. This is a sarcastic orator. That's kind of interesting. Entirely enshrouded in synthetic robes. Totally covers her humanoid form. Okay. Danica LaFoe. The sarcastic... Danica LaFoe. Le sarcastic con. Yeah. That's an interesting character. And she has, of course, these hard light holographic eyes, which I think is just kind of I just think it's neat. Okay, so now that we know who we're looking at here, we can figure out what's happening. So, this is the showdown. We meet on a precarious bridge or platform high above a canyon or a river, and a starfighter battle breaks out in the sky above, bombarding the area with debris and stray laser fire. Ooh, this is already getting kind of dramatic. Is it going to be a fight, though? Their arrival nomad, the assassin. Vying to get to the target first to capture or protect them. What connection does this nomad have to my origin? Ooh, this is cool. Okay, so she's a rival nomad. Interesting. I guess we generated the cue the battle over Coruscant music. Yeah. We kind of generated a part of her, but I guess maybe the lead generation does more than I think it does. Next lead we get, I'll read ahead and see what happens. But she's a rival nomad. She's an assassin, which means she typically has a sniper rifle and a hidden, what do you call it? As I make this gesture, knife? Yeah, okay. A sharp, pointy thing. I know words. All right. So she's trying to get to Navi first. What connection does this nomad have to my origin? And my origin is I was raised by Kel Woe. Oh, so she has to know Kel. Oh, she has to know Kel. Maybe she finds him. Okay, she's a friend of Kel. She's a friend of Kel's. And she holds Redarr personally responsible for his disappearance. Right? Right? Oh, the tension ratchets. Even though it's not Kel's fault, there's no one really there to say what happened when the warp bomb blew, you know? So, holds him personally responsible. Okay. And then I speak with her. Now, speak is a specific mechanic. Okay, so, alright. And also, we're on a bridge above a canyon, and there will be a star fight that breaks out. So, we'll have to keep that in the back of our minds as we set the scene. So, when I'm imagining... we're walking, there's a massive ravine that cuts through, you know, the bluffs and the sandstone and all of the arid heat and waste that this place, and we have Riff and Niff on the back of our our swoop bike, and we're heading towards the edge of this massive cliff, right? So when I see a bridge, in my mind, once again, just because I'm trying to sci-fi this up, I imagine that the bridge is actually, there's like these huge mechanic anchors, right, which are on one side of the ravine, right, and they project like a sheet of semi-translucent force, right, just like light, that spreads to the other side of the canyon and then connects into a series of anchors on that side of the ravine. So it's just sort of like this anti-gravitational field, which has been erected between the two edges of the canyon to sort of bridge the divide. So they're not really walking on like a physical surface, although it still supports incalculable amounts of weight, right? And so, we are... and we're driving across. And then, because we have Niff and Reef on our back, Redarr's riding, face shield on, cloak whipping at his back, and IDK, if I trust that rope bridge, it sets itself up for very similar scenarios, right? Like you shoot out the anchor, and it drops the shield and makes everyone falls. You know, you can get similar storytelling beats from that. Absolutely, Loki. So, you know, we're blasting across the sand. We wheel our way across onto the anchors and begin driving across the gravitational bridge. And, you know, I imagine there's probably like a blink, 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 like a poke on our shoulder. And Reef, you know, who's probably the more lucid between... Nif is probably like hanging out on the back. Big googly-eyed goggles rolling in the back of his head as he's probably just recently enjoyed a whiff of spice for himself. But, you know, there's a blink, blink, blink on the shoulder, and we turn around, and there's Reef. He says,
Hey, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but what's that up there?
you know, and, he points ahead, and we can see standing towards the other edge of the bridge is just this shadowy figure, this almost perfectly pyramid-like shadow that is directly across from us. And, you know, instantly I think Redarr recognizes that silhouette because it's such a stark vision. And obviously, Danica knew Kel, and so he would be very familiar with that setup. And, you know, you hear the motor slowly begin to chug down as Redarr enters. Oh, shit. You know, he knows what's happening. You know, pulls it into a stall. And, you know, there are, I'll say, because we want to save the starfight for the most dramatic moment, but, you know, we were near a bunch of spaceports before, right? So perhaps there are, like, cargo ships, Imperial cargo ships, that are beginning to lift off. You know, they sort of pass by the ravine at sort of odd intervals. You know, they're exchanging goods between all the various different ports that we found. So they're sort of large tankers, and I would wager mostly atmospheric flight vehicles, you know, are passing overhead lazily as we make our way, you know, across this bridge. And then, you know, Redarr sees the silhouette. Oh shit! You know, cuts the power on the speeder bike. Well. If it ain't the Lady of Death herself, Danica LaFoe. Been a while.
Yes, I wish it was longer, but unfortunately we do not always control our fates, do we, Kenth?
Because she's, of course, a sarcastic, biting snake.
I guess that's true. Otherwise, we might both find ourselves in very different places.
Talus is not a place that agrees with me. By the looks of it,
as she, like, ones-up him, and she, like, tilts her head.
And from what I hear...
because the Targ talked a bunch of shit on him.
It has not been inviting for you, either.
And to this, beneath his visor, Redarr grits his teeth.
I ran into my fair share of trouble, that much is certain. Gave him some trouble back. I know that for sure.
Yes, you did always have such a charming way about you, Redarr.
As, once again, trading icy repartee. And just, I think she's unblinking, too. I think because her eyes... I mean, I didn't mean for this to happen. This is just storytelling happening. Because she's a sniper, right? She has these holographic eyes that never need to blink. You know what I mean? They just, like, can remain ever open. So can you imagine this person who's, like, talking to you with, like, these, like, holographic glowing eyes and never blinks? Like, just staring straight through your soul. That is Danica. Yeah, exactly, Mochi. Just eternal peepers. The alpha and omega of peepers says nope. Oh, yep. That is exactly what Redarr is looking at. Just these ever-vigilant, glowing orbs that are staring right back at him. Now, speaking, of course, is an actual mechanic within the game. So I actually have to look and see what happens when I speak. Normally we roll our... That's the look I give when I see someone I fancy. Just an unblinking, unwavering, glowing stare emoji. That sounds... Yeah, it is aw, Loki. It is endearing. I guess it depends on your vibe, you know? Target acquired. What is... Oh, man, what was that Gundam show Do you remember that random Gundam show that came out in like the 90s where they were like chibi Gundams? There was that one character who would like, that was like their whole shtick, was they would try to get a target on someone and they'd be and if it'd be like target acquired, target lost, target acquired, target lost, target acquired, because like they'd be flying around and they couldn't find them. Such a dumb joke, but it like sticks in my head to this day. Oh yeah, vaguely remember that. Yeah, like, no, it was definitely a real show. I didn't watch it as religiously as I watched, like, Gundam Wing or even G Gundam, but it definitely was a show that existed. Alright, so normally when we are speaking to NPCs, we make a die roll. I just counted so much money. Well, hopefully you made some money tonight, Mochi, because you deserve it. And safe travels, safe drives. If we are keeping you company on your drive, please drive safe. But we're happy to have you here. So normally when we roll to speak, we roll with our favor and we round up. However, it says right here, if you're speaking to a lead or target, we automatically succeed. No need to roll. So I think what we do is just roll to see what, like, the vibe of the conversation is. It's a 2. The target was coerced into their actions. How were they held to ransom or otherwise made to do it? Oh, interesting. So Navi, according to Danica, is being set up. Or framed. But she's also here to collect the bounty. That she's intervening on our bounty. Interesting. Okay. So, oh wait, were they coerced? Coerced. Okay, target. Well, that's how I'm going to interpret it. I'm going to say they were coerced, so I'm going to say instead they were set up. So what that says to me, perhaps, is that Danica is close with Navi, right? And so, you know, they're trading these like icy, you know, back and forths. And she says,
"You've put yourself in harm's way for no reason, Redarr. You may turn around. Your services are no longer needed."
And Redarr, you know, lowers his head.
"Why don't you speak plainly about what you're trying to tell me there, Danica?"
And, you know, once again, those eyes, ever unblinking, just stare back into Redarr.
"Our information about this bounty was incorrect. Navi is innocent. Navi was undermined by the Targ crime family."
I'm like trying to think of like how a French person would talk about a bounty. It's a lot to wrap around my head, but we'll get through it.
By the Targ family, I know Navi personally.
Hydrate. Thank you, 20th OD. I have my big old jug of water right here.
I know Navi personally. There's no way they would be possible of doing such a foolish gamble with this spice in Red Moon territory.
And Redarr sort of shrugs his shoulders and he says,
"Danica, you know as well as I do, a job is a job is a job. Red Moon's got payment out for Navi. Means I gotta bring him in."
And she sort of like glowers, you know, behind those unblinking orbs for a moment.
"I have already told you, I am on the hunt, and I will ensure that no harm will come to Navi. They will be released from these false accusations. There is no need for you to become involved."
"Danica, I've already been here for a couple days, got myself beat up and shot. I already am involved. And I ain't here to kill Navi. I'm here to bring him in to answer for the Red Moon's bounty. Ain't nobody here gonna get hurt unless they do something stupid. You understand?"
I say with like a certain amount of pointedness towards Danica as she narrows her eyes.
"So it appears we are both assigned to this job, and neither of us are willing to relinquish. Is that so?" I suppose it's so.
You know, they're just standing there on the bridge. The wind is whipping. It's just like that, the standoff on either side of the gravitational fields.
You know, there are only so many ways that this can be resolved, Redarr Kenth. Most of them, I imagine, end at my barrel point.
Funny you should mention that. I say, it's like, as I slowly, like rest my hands towards the holsters on my hip from my bike.
I was thinking something the same. So it appears we are at an impasse.
Very much so. Oh, okay, so speak to them. They attack you using their LUT on their profile. Alright, so there's like this moment where, okay, so she's like, so it appears we're at an impasse. And he's like, I guess so. Silence. You can hear, you know, the caw of some sort of space vulture in the distance as like a bead of sweat rolls down Reef's carapace. I think at this point, Nif is probably just like waking up like, what's going on? You know, just eyes wide and like Riff like hits him against the side of the head. Shh, quiet. And it's at this moment where in the distance you hear a sort of a whistling sound, right? That is at once yards away and then draws near at an increasingly devastating pace until we realize as we look up, and it is the light of a photon torpedo being blasted from near orbit towards one of the Imperial tankers above our heads. It collides with massive force. There's an explosion of steel and plasma in all directions as suddenly you can hear the like warp engines of nearby Targ starfighters ship nailed by a railgun, exactly, break into our atmosphere at the exact moment that Imperial like interceptors get activated. You hear like the alarms in the distance, like whoop, 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 and you begin to hear their engines whirring towards our location. As soon as this happens, Danica does not waste a moment. Like, she was waiting for an opportunity, and as soon as the ship goes off overhead, you can just see the sort of long synth leather, as we called it, cloak part, and slowly raising up from underneath of it is I imagine all of her gear kind of almost is in like her exact same style, right? So it's like all white and silver and like too impossibly smooth, right? You can just see the barrel of her synth rifle being raised up as Redarr is drawing his laser pistols, and it's gonna be first blood. So we're gonna put on some dramatic music, hopefully. There we go. Alright, so it says here they attack you using the loadout on their profile. So we have to look at what the assassin typically uses in their stuff. Let's go to the assassin. So yes, ranged is a precision scope laser rifle, which sounds pretty bad for us, all things considered. Precision scope rifle. This has a +4 on the first roll. Jesus. And then a +2 for subsequent rolls. So very accurate the first shot, and then not quite as accurate for the rest. Ooh, okay. And then has a knife and martial arts training. And this has +3 to hit, and an opponent has -1 health when the knife is used. Okay. That is not great for us. And then we take a look at the armor. So the outfit is a hooded cowl, So it's only +1 because we are neither a lead nor their target. So they don't get the benefit of the extra health against us. So they get a +1 health, or I should say defense bonus. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, explosion above our heads. As the rifle begins to be raised, and I sort of leap off the bike and grab both of my pistols. And at this point, I think Reef has grabbed Nif by the shoulders and is like shaking Nif, like, Nif, wake up! And at that point, Nif finally sparks into consciousness and like reaches behind his back, and then unfolding in some sort of mad cacophony of steel and like super high-tech parts, his oversized blaster cannon, which he has lovingly, cradles in his arms as if it's his lady love, unfolds.
Don't worry, I've been waiting for this.
Because Nif can actually help us versus fights with our leads. So there's going to be a couple different bits of math that we have to do here to ensure that this fight goes down. So Redarr has a +4 to all shots all the time. Redarr also, when it comes to melee, has a +2 to the first hit. +2 to first hit. And then +1 on subsequent rolls. And then he has +1 defense. Technically 2 now because of Reef is what we got going on. All right, and then we check our assets. So Nif, the attack against the next hostile lead or target they encounter before we can react, they have +1 attack. If they win, oh, okay. So they're just gonna go off. Nif is gonna go off before we even get a chance to fight. Oh, but then this also, the Mystic Vision. That's right. Okay, so a couple things are gonna happen here. As the blast goes off over Redarr's head, right? So we're gonna go back in time a little bit in terms of our narration. That sound like crashes through Redarr's head, his mind, like a piercing wail, and suddenly his consciousness is drawn back to like that psychic experience he had with all of the mystics back in the hut, right? Whenever they paid him back for his star charts. And you can see, he can see in his mind's eye that he's already lived this moment before. He has seen Danica at this bridge. There was a part of him who always knew this fight was going to happen, and so he is that much more prepared. There's a part of him which has already steeled himself against this fight. So that all sort of like hits him like at light speed, a ton of bricks. That's, I think, how he knows to react. I think that how he knows to jump off of the rifle as Danica is preparing. Jump off his bike while she's aiming her rifle. He gets like a second of precognition from the psychic visions that the mystics granted him earlier. So, but it doesn't really matter because Nif has already been like, I'm ready! And he like takes his cannon and he like presses his cheek up against it.
Oh, honey. It's been a while since I've got to let you do your thing. Let's give him a show!
And like holds the trigger down as suddenly there's like a doom, 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 doom. There's almost like a spray of like mortar shells, like plasma mortar shells that shoot into the sky and rain downward onto the bridge, exploding in Danica's direction, making her shot, her initial shot. You kind of can't tell. Was it Redarr's flash of insight, or was it the distraction by Nif's mad bombardment that gave Redarr the opportunity to dodge the ever so present shot of Danica? Who's to say? But there is a beam of energy that just goes wide. We'll say that it carves like a thin line in Redarr's face shield, you know? It's almost like it would have made a scar across his cheek, but instead it just like carves this like thin line across the front of the blast shield, just narrowly missing his skull as the fight truly begins. So it sounds like we have to resolve Nif in this combat first. So Nif gets a bonus of 1 attack. Okay. Poor Nif actually might just eat this sniper shot. Because let's see here. They attack before you can react. So this is before I take my shot. Okay, so let's pull out the dice. So Nif is gonna roll. Rolls a 1. Oh no. Oh no. So then but Danica also rolls a 1. But Danica also has a +4 on her first shot because of her precision laser scope. So Nif props up the cannon from the back of the bike, releases a hail of plasma mortars as Reef just yelps, "Ah!" and like ducks behind the speeder bike. The first shot goes wide. Danica nimbly sort of rolls along the edge of the gravity bridge. You can see possibly like the heel of her, like, you can see now that her cloak is unveiled, like her costume underneath, I imagine, just like her collar was skin tight. I think the rest of it is also like skin tight. But it's still that, like, it almost looks like it's just like one piece of like molded synthetic leather and like silver armored pieces, like liquid metal almost. And you can see like maybe the edge of her heel like teeters off of the edge of the gravity bridge, but she readies the rifle and with just the most ruthless calculating efficiency nails that blaster shot dead center on Reef, right? So let's see. They have +1 stars. If they win, we lose 1 notoriety and their debt is repaid. If they lose and die or get captured, gain 1 motivation. So I guess we're going to have to see what happens with Nif. All we know at this point is Redarr, like, hears the shot goes off, turns his head. The Danica's beam catches Nif in his naked mole rat chest, dead center, and just lifts him off of his feet as he crashes onto the gravity bridge, and his cannon goes like skittering outside of his hands a couple feet away, and there is just a pool of red beginning to grow out from underneath his body, as you can hear sort of like shallow, rushed breaths as he's like clutching his chest. Redarr looks behind. Nif! Sort of his attention divided for a moment as he pulls up his own gun, starts taking a few pot shots at Danica as she's wheeling around. I think at this moment, there's another explosion above their heads as one of the interceptors blasts a Targ spaceship, and one of the pieces of debris, like, crashes in between them and skids across the gravity bridge, creating like makeshift cover that they're both sort of like dancing around as they're like trying to get a beat on each other. Redarr reloads his pistols. "You're gonna pay for that one, Danica LaFoe." And Danica sort of like reloading her own rifle from behind one of the ship pieces.
"This is what you do, Redarr Kenth. You get people killed. First Kel, and now your stupid friend there."
And like, there is just, there's a kernel of what Redarr believes is truth in Danica's words, and that both infuriates him and completely levels him. Because once again, we know that Danica knew Kel and somewhat blames a point of inspiration. Don't mind if I do. I'll write that on the sheet. I think like as she's reloading her rifle,
"Everyone at the guild knows what you've done to Kel. We all talk about it. It is now time for you to pay your due to the guild for Kel's death."
And there's just, once again, like the sounds of the star fight above are just almost like drowned out behind his ears. It's like he's just like, all you can hear is his heartbeat, like thump, 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 thump. And he's like clutching his pistols, like shaking. Good news is that because Danica's first shot had to be on Nif, she does not get the benefit of her extra bonus on her laser shots. So we are sort of at an advantage there. So next round of combat, we're gonna roll for Danica. Rolls a 7. Oof, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. What does Redarr roll though? A 6. Ooh, plus a 4, 7, 8, 9. I just imagine Reef shakily fires a shot. Yeah, he does have he probably has like a tiny little holdout pistol that is just like for strict emergencies. But I always get a +4. My +4 is not situational. So Redarr, 7, 8, 9, 10 gets a 10 on that first shot. So he's seeing red, right? And you can see, like, if we were, like, looking at Danica's vision, there's, like, you know, looking through a targeting scope, there's probably, like, some, like, little reticule that's, like, trying to find Redarr through all of the chaos and the debris that's crashing down on the bridge. And she sees, like, a flash in the corner and trains her eye on it. But it's just, like, the whip of his cloak as he dives out mid-air on the other side of the debris. The heavy blaster pistols in his hands, just creating a barrage of bolts in Danica's direction. Ping, 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 breaks off some of the cover she's using, and she's like turning the corner to fully defend herself, and catches one of the blaster bolts straight in the shoulder. Just completely rocks her. There's a splash of red across her pristine silver and white outfit, and there's a cry of pain as she kind of hunkers down below the cover, her arm quivering now, her steadying arm now quivering under the blow. Danica, I ain't come here to kill you, but I'll make sure it's done. You keep yapping like that. As he rolls up onto his knees and like plans the pistols at the debris, trying to like hold her in cover. I ain't do nothing to Kel. I done told the guild, and I'll tell you again.
All hollow words, Redarr. Where is Kel? We all want to know.
And she's like charging up the rifle again. Alright, so Danica technically has 2 defense. 1 defense. So, and we just took away 1. So she currently only has 1 shot left. And then I still have 2. Redarr 2. Or I should say 1 hit left. Okay, so we also know that Danica is a master at hand-to-hand combat and knife play. And I think she would know Redarr well enough that she would try to want to capitalize on this weakness, right? So I'm gonna give... Alright, let's see. How would we determine if Redarr would be able to spot her from trying to get in close? They're pretty much, you know, it's kind of like a 50-50 shot, right? Like, they both know where each other are on the bridge. We'll give Danica a slight advantage because she is an assassin, and so she likely does have some means of like stealth, right? So we'll say it is a 60% shot. So 1 to 60, she manages to get in close on Redarr. If it's over that, then Redarr catches her out. So I'm gonna roll a D100 and see what happens here. Oh, a 10. Okay, so yeah, I'm like just like blasting, like I'm seeing red. So I'm not even like, I'm just aiming in Danica's general direction and just chipping away at the cover. You throw down that rifle now. I might think about letting you live, LaFoe. And just like keep shooting. There is like a wink of silvery light from behind one of the pieces of cover, and like I hold my fire for a moment as I, think perhaps she's like laid down her gun, like, and I like slowly approach. You can hear my spurs jingling like ching, ching, ching as I walk forward. LaFoe, and suddenly there's another flash of light, like right behind me. We'll say there's probably some like optical stealth camouflage. So like her body almost appears like a translucent like ghost. As she now appears behind me, wielding a perfectly sort of like silvered, like a beautiful curved knife in like strike distance at my back. And so she's going to try to make a, a melee attack against me, which she is far more deft at than I am. She's gonna roll. She's got a 3 plus a 3. So Danica's knife is a 6. I have... Okay, so I see her coming up from behind me. I will let no more innocents die by your hand, Redarr. Isakel or Navi! As like her knife comes like sailing towards my back as I spin my pistols up into my fists and I crack them together as they start like blitzing with electrical energy, and I swing in her direction trying to catch her out before she can bury that knife into my shoulders. I'm gonna roll. Woo! A 5 plus the 3 for my initial hit, or 2 for my initial hit. So she appears behind me in a flash of holographic light, but I am one step ahead. I flip my pistols into my hand. There's a crackle of electricity. I just bap her against the temple, that bald head, right against the temple. So hard, in fact, that you can probably see the holographic lights in her eyes like flicker and like wink out for a moment. There's like a slow-mo motion where like you see her face just sort of like, like drool, as I like drag the rest of the I follow through with the blow to the point, reblog to slap that bald head. I mean, listen, she tried to murder us in cold blood. If Redarr doesn't deserve to pistol whip her, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it's only fair. Just absolutely lays her out. She goes sprawling like flat on her back. The Taco Bell ding. Oh, that's great. Ding. Open late. As at this point, we'll say the starfighters have managed enough Imperial reinforcements have. Oh, Mochi Fett, feed the dragon a taco. How's the friend? How's Beans? Oh, Beans. Beans is happy. Oh, look at that handsome lad. It's his favorite. The taco's his favorite. Oh, and it was a Taco Bell, and then you gave him a taco. It's perfectly planned. And, well, we don't know if the taco has beans on it. We can assume the taco has beans on it. Maybe that's why it's his favorite. All right, so let's put our regular Desert Planet soundtrack. The little guy gets a taco as a treat. So swings that pistol, the electrified handle of the pistol, into Danica's temple, completely lays her out against the gravity bridge. She goes sliding across it. We can say, like, she skids to the point where, like, maybe her one bad arm and, like, that big sheet of her cloak is just hanging over the edge of the gravity bridge. Like, she's partly dangling into the ravine below, right? Like, breathing heavily. Oh, Mochi, you've survived your travels. Congratulations. she's like dangling partially towards the ravine below, and you can hear the spurs of Redarr cling, 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 approaching her slowly with that sort of that dutiful finality that, you know, only really follows a bounty hunter or the Grim Reaper. And there's almost like an instinct for a moment where she like tries to grip the knife and lunge forward, but Redar's already got a beat on that and just crunch. He puts like his whole foot down on her wrist. She like, you know, yelps out and like opens her hand, and the dagger, you know, drops at her side as he like grinds his boot down. I told you, Danica. I ain't do nothing to Kel. Kel was like a father to me. And like it's getting like really dark and glowery over here. Okay, let's decide. Let's see what the lead. They attack you using their loadout in their profile, lose 2 favor, and gain 1 notoriety if we kill them. Well, we can't lose any favor, and we can't gain any notoriety. We have max notoriety. So either of those outcomes don't really have any main benefit for us. So let's take a look at the attack thing here. So an attack works a little differently than other reactions. They might repeat it multiple times. Choose your opponent's fate. If we spare them, we gain a favor. If we kill them, we gain a notoriety. On a lead. And then we have to also resolve what happens to Nif. Oh my gosh, so much is happening right now. So I guess maybe we should... let's figure out what happens with Danica first. Honestly, if we take a look at the guild code... We only kill when necessary. The guild is a blade, not a hammer. We're also not... Nomads don't fight nomads. Like, we know that's in the code. You know what I mean? And she picked this fight with us. So I think... You know, so he's like, you know, he's standing over her. Kel was like a father to me, Danica. I wouldn't let nothing happen to him. And then she, like, looks up at him, you know, her temple still bleeding.
And yet he's gone. And here you stand. Liar. Murderer.
She says, and, like, my hand is, like, shaking as I, like, slowly am, like, raising my pistol, training it towards, like, the, like, right where her forehead would be. And she's just staring unblinkingly right back into me, like staring through my soul.
Go ahead. Do it. Kill your second nomad. Betray the guild a second time. I can see it written all over you.
And like my hand is like shaking, and there's a part of him that absolutely wants to pull this trigger. But I think if even just to prove it to himself and not to her, and to honor the Nomad's code, which he does as much as he can try to adhere to.
You ain't worth the plasma it would cost to plug your head full of holes.
As he like spins the pistol and like puts it back on his holster and like releases his foot off of her wrist with probably like a just one more like extra little crunch of weight, insult to injury. She cringes and like grasps her hand and like pulls up onto her haunches, as like Redarr slowly like turns away, probably keeps his eye on her for like a long time, and like as she's going to like grab her gear, he probably like spins his gun and takes one shot at her rifle and just like sunders it in two with like one shot, and like holsters his gun just as quickly. Just so you don't get any funny ideas. And then, like sort of allows her to scamper. What we'll say, because this helps us get closer to our target, right? So shoots the rifle out, and like keeps the gun on her. So you seem to know this Navi pretty damn well. Well enough that you'd put your neck out for them against guild code. And, like, Danica is, like, letting the realization sort of wash over her.
Yes, Navi and I, we've become close,
she says, keeping it pretty neutral. I told you, Danica, I'm not here to kill Navi, just like I wasn't here to kill you. But I can change that mighty quick if you don't start talking. And I, like, click on the hammer of the blaster pistol and, like, levy it at her. You're gonna tell me every damn thing you know about Navi Mod, that Spice Run, and where they're holed out in this forsaken pile of sand. Or I'll make sure you ain't get back to guild headquarters, you hear me? At least in as many pieces as you showed up in. And, realizing she's outgunned, disarmed, no chance of coming back from that,
fine. I do not wish to relinquish information to a traitorous wretch such as yourself, but I suppose if it means I live to fight another day, and perhaps claim your head, I can give you Navi for now.
And so she, like, sort of yada yada yada, information, star chart, gives me the information that I want on Navi. Once I'm well and sure that the information is good, I put my pistol back on my hip. Now make yourself scarce. And quick. And without any more sass or icy repartee, I think Danica collects the scraps of her rifle and her knife and limps her way back across the gravity bridge until there's a decent amount of space between us. Which brings us to Nif. I think at this point, now that the madness of the starfight and the gunfight has broken out, we hear Reef like, Redarr, come quick! Nif isn't looking good. And so, like, finally getting his senses snapped back to him, he rushes over. Nif, stay with me, buddy. And he, like, gets down on his knees, and the blood is pooling out from underneath Nif.
Oh, is it getting colder? Oh, it's getting so cold out here.
Even in the sweltering heat, I think death is slowly creeping up on our Murian ratfolk friend. I think what we're going to do to see what happens to Nif is we're going to roll it like as though they lost an attack in the attack failure scenario. So, it says if... Dylan, I know, I mean... I don't want Nif to go either, but he ate a blaster rifle shot straight to the chest. So we're gonna leave it to a roll here. Well, actually, let's say what does the actual thing say here? Assets. They have +1 stars. If they win, we lose a notoriety and their debt is repaid. If they lose and die or get captured, gain 1 motivation. Okay, so he's not going to get captured because we beat Danica and chased her off. But, all right, let's see here. A 5. You flee from the confrontation or hide somewhere unusual. Okay. So it doesn't say that Nif is dying. So what happens here? Somewhere unusual. We hide somewhere unusual. They lose. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is, I'm like, hold on, buddy, and I'm rifling through my gear. I probably find some like medical supplies. 'Tis just a flesh wound. Well, I think at this point, Nif kind of has to be. Because their debt is repaid, right? So I think Nif kind of has to be written out of our assets. So I think what's going to happen is, as we find somewhere unusual to hide, I think like I'm tearing through my equipment, I'm finding medical supplies, maybe like a syringe of that like all-purpose like healing gel that we got from the doctor. I'm like pumping it into him, but it still looks pretty intense. At this point, Reef is like taking a look, frantically around, says, "Oh, this is, yeah.
Yeah, this is the gravity bridge. I know a place. I know a place nearby. I know some people who can help.
And at this point, Redar's like, well, god damn it, Reef, why didn't you say something earlier? Get! And like we like pick up Nif, we throw him on the back of the bike, we start up the swoop, we speed. We probably find, when it says somewhere unusual, I imagine that maybe Reef takes us to like, there's like almost like a rock formation, right? This like big rock formation that is like painted, has like some alien painting language on it. And as they approach, we actually find out that it is, it's like a commune, right? Of survivalists and wanderers, right? And Reef probably knows them from all of his shady dealings that got him in trouble with the Targ in the first place. But when they go there, we, as we approach them, you know, we probably have to do we approach, I have Nif in my arms. They probably have not like an official trained guard squad, but, you know, some trained gunslingers who, you know, see us approach and they hold up their rifles. And then Reef approaches, like missing a couple fingers.
No, you don't understand. They're with me. They're good. They're all right.
And so like they trade a few words back, and like maybe they're a bunch of Lektok. Maybe they're speaking like their native language, which I imagine if they're like bug folk is probably like a bunch of whirs and clicks and, you know, like wriggling of antennae. And after a few of that, those clicks and whirs are exchanged. We're allowed inside, and it's almost like an oasis. There's like a pool of like a bubbling liquid, and there's sort of like a vaporous incense-like smell in the air, and these pools are said to have some restorative properties, right? And so Reef says, just bring him over nice and easy, just lower him down, and so I walk over to the edge of the pool, and I take it in, and I say, all right, Nif, now, just take some deep breaths, ease into it. It's not like I dip him into the water. A life-size fondue fountain for the mole rat. We dip Nif into this bubbling, oozing liquid, and there's immediately like a wash of relief that falls over his face, and the staggered, heavy breathing that was overwhelming him begins to like patter out and even out, sorry, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Starts to patter out and even out. And we begin to see some of the color come back to his face. And slowly but surely we see that huge puncture wound that was going through his chest slowly but surely begin to suction closed. And at this point, we like take a step back. I put a hand on his shoulder. I say, Nif, you done one damn fine job out there. If you ain't let loose that barrage, pretty sure Danica would have planted me right where she got you. And Nif just sort of like shakes his head frantically.
Yeah. Good shot. Nif's a good shot. Nif's a good shot.
And he's just like, you see him almost like being lulled to sleep. It's sort of like this partial relaxant, partial healing property. As I sort of take my hand off of his shoulder and I look towards Reef, and I say, this thing gonna patch him up all right? It's enough to take him back from the brink of death? And Reef says,
well, I don't know, to be honest. Took a bad shot. You were quick with the healing fluid, but it's gonna be anybody's guess.
And I say, well, maybe it's better if he sticks around here for a while, catches his breath. I don't want him overexerting himself.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. I can put in a good word. They trust me here. They know me.
All right, Reef. Turns out, making yourself pretty useful under my employ. I appreciate you, for what it's worth.
Well, thanks. Oh, you just have to make good on it by getting me off of Talus.
Well, if I can get plugged full of holes first, I aim to do just that. As we sort of saunter our way back through the hovel, we probably, trade some supplies, get a lay of the land, get an idea of where we're headed and where we're going. But definitely take a moment to rest and recuperate after that very harrowing combat with a fellow nomad. And then it says, if they lose and Dire get captured, gain 1 motivation. So, at the very least, we are inspired. Oh, I actually have some points of motivation. And I got granted 1 from chat. So I have 4 motivation right now. It's a pretty good amount of motivation. So the idea that Nif the mercenary is safe for now gives us some respite. And we also lost our bonus for the mystics. So our psychic vision, at least narratively, or I should say mechanically, narratively, we probably still have, some psychic influences. I think too, there's a part of Redarr, that night where he's like tuning his guns and he's thinking about Danica and he's thinking about Kel and he's thinking about Nif, honestly. I think there's probably a moment where he, that flash of him meeting the desert shaman comes back to his mind, right? And where he was being prodded with the walking scene, and the shaman was like, "Ruin, death, all that follows you is ill," and sort of like is prodding at him. I think there's a flash of that back in Redarr's mind as he thinks like, is it true? I get Kel blasted into space, almost get Nif killed, pull a gun on a fellow nomad, almost waste her. Maybe that's all I'm good for. Turning life into death. Maybe I'm just cursed. He's like going through all of these very big complaints. Of course, thinking about the Wayjack massacre. Like, maybe that's all I am. I'm just a gun. I'm built for taking. I ain't give nothing back. And just sort of letting himself be awash with all of these like terrible dark feelings as he just like tunes his guns deep into the night. Probably stays up far later than he should. A sleepless, restless evening as he contemplates his existence and his stake in the world of bounty hunting and the galaxy. Alright, so that was heavy. We lose so we don't have our healer benefit. We no longer have our shaman benefit. But we still have our endearing mascot benefit, which is nice. Wow, that was scene 1, by the way. All we've done is explore. That was a big scene. A very exciting scene. Damn, this game is so cool. I just love granted, we're embellishing on it with our own tables and whatnot, but like, man, you get some really cool storytelling prompts from... You can make some... If you have an overactive imagination like I do, you can tell some cool stories. Okay, so that brings us to destination, because it always goes exploration, destination. So now Alright. We arrive at a bustling market or traveling scrap crawler. Traveling scrap crawler sounds badass. Let's do that. Yeah, so I think we're, I think actually probably Reef's comrades at this, like, healing oasis, this, like, little wasteland oasis, probably, they have dealings with, Jawa's Sandcrawler, exactly, like, well, maybe, I'm thinking something slightly different in my mind, but we'll get there. There's a, they probably deal with people who are, like, doing these kind of trades, and so they give us an inkling that there's going to be a Sandcrawler, or I'm sorry, a Scrap Crawler, says Mochi, making its way across the wasteland. Probably gives us, like, a bead on that.
And so I think that's a good place as any to maybe get closer to Navi and get some more supplies. So we junk our way over there. I think instead of like a giant tank though, like tank treads, I'm almost imagining, it's a big barge that like is multi-layered, and from the top of it, like people, like you can see there are like smaller buildings that are actually on top of the top of the barge that people can like walk in between and like visit. But then you can see that there are like actually like portholes and things going down the sides of the crawler, which implies that there's like multiple layers to this like settlement that you can like go inside and barter in as well. But instead of like tank treads, I imagine that it's actually like giant mechanical, like almost like a giant mechanical crab leg situation, where it's literally crawling its way across the heavy terrain. And it's just like, and it like digs up a bunch of sand and then puts the other appendage in there. Yeah, moving city, exactly. Of like traders and scrap hustlers that is like crawling its way across the sand. Redarr is bumbling, his bike is chugging up behind. Well, you can't miss that. Seems like that's the spot, And I imagine, it doesn't even stop because it's chugging along at a pace where like it's obviously moving, but it's not flying. So I imagine that like once it detects that there's like a ship trying to board nearby, like kind of sidles up behind where like the caboose would be. There's probably some like signals that are pinged back and forth from like the ship or the motorbike to the riders to the coordinators of the scrap crawler until like the right amount of codes or whatever are like verified, and then just a ramp sort of like releases and then just gets dragged through the sand, right? Just like from the caboose, to which like boarders can like just drive. Yeah, exactly. Lowers like a lift. Like it, we can just drive right onto the platform, and then it like sucks us or like clinks us back into the belly of the beast, if you will, and then we're like inside the scrap crawler. And so I think that's what we see. This like giant, like sand blasted, weather worn sand crab, which is a moving city, which is just like plodding its way across the wasteland, is what I'm imagining. Okay. So it says, speak with a local, then rest or barter for supplies to gain motivation, or people travel from all over this around healer or doctor. It seems their services are in demand. You eventually get to meet the asset and may try to recruit them. So I can either gain motivation or try to meet with a doctor. That doctor benefit kind of saved our ass a while back. Maybe we try to make good with a doctor friend. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to roll. I'm going to see if it's a local or if it's a species that is like non-native to Talus. So we'll give it like an 80% chance that it is a local, since they'd be the predominant demographic. 65, okay, so it is. Then we're going to roll this to see exactly what the species is. A 2 is a Murian. It's another rat folk, so this is a rat folk doctor. Okay, so a couple notes here. So we find a scrap crawler / moving city plodding its way across the wastelands. Okay, so then let's see. People travel from all over to visit. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's a Sandcrawler. So like people know the Sandcrawler and they come here like in the wasteland to like if they're badly injured. Rap folk doctor? He's a rapper doctor. There's a lot going on there. There's probably a Dr. Dre joke in there somewhere, but I am not smart enough to make it right now, so I'm not gonna try to connect famous hip hop artists that have doctor in their title. I wish I had that knowledge base, but there is something there. Okay, so we're gonna healer or doctor. I almost want to imagine, because it's a scrap crawler. That's what I heard. Ha ha ha. Rap folk doctor. I kind of want to imagine that because it's a scrap crawler, that he's a doctor. I'm just gonna say the rat folk is he, because our last doctor was a lady. So we'll just like mix it up. Just, and just try to keep things spread out. Where am I going here? I wanted to roll. I want to say, because it's a scrap crawler, that yeah, he's like a doctor, but he's kind of like a mad scientist doctor. And Sweaty gonna diagnose you with mom spaghetti. Dr. Biggie Cheese. Oh my god, there are some comedic nuggets populating in chat about this rapping doctor. I imagine that he's kind of like a mad scientist doctor, so when he like heals people, he's kind of like making modifications, which like technically like does heal them and like make them better, but like maybe they also walk away with like a big metallic plate over like their ribs, or like, a tube that now is connecting their spine to like some power pack. Like, he heals people, but like in a very sort of, I found this and I think this will work for you better kind of way. So let's generate some... first of all, let's generate some names and then some other interesting characteristics about this character. So the first thing we got to do is get the species. So Murian, so we're going to roll a name. The name for our Murian scrap doctor is Akulo Juyor. Doctor in quotes. Like, licensed in quotes. Dr. Akuyo, right? Akulo Juyor. Yeah, Juyor. Okay. I don't know why I'm saying that so many times. Just like, I'm trying to like get the J and the Y in my mouth at the same time. Juyor. Okay. Akulo Juyor. And now, like the mods in the Book of Boba Fett. Exactly. Like some like waste doctor who is like kind of helping. Okay. So let's get some interesting characteristics for this doctor. In big quotes. First thing that we're going to do is let's give a little... There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Let's give a little descriptor. 77. Dignified. Interesting. So this is like Akulo believes he's probably far more qualified. Dignified, confident, probably a lot more credible than he actually is, considering that he's just like, I feel like he's not a fan of Loki. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, probably has some problems with the concept. But very dignified, believes he's in the right, as most mad scientists do, right? Is it wrong that I want to give Akulo a German accent for the mad scientist, for the mad doctor? Oh, yeah, I'm Dr. Akulo Jr. Welcome to my laboratory. Welcome. Alright, so let's also find out some other interesting tidbits. We're gonna go to my little fancy... Well, we definitely know that he's gonna have like a robotic arm and probably like, some other appendages that are bionic or something. Because obviously, if he's gonna be putting them on other people, he probably thinks that they're good for him too. So we got a 9 and a 3. I think about my favorite scene in Minority Report when he's getting the new eyes and the guys performing the surgery is sneezing snot.
Ooh, gross.
Glasses, monocle, eyepiece, okay, and then missing fingers, okay. So much like Reek, but in a different way. So he sounds like he's from that one animated movie. Igor. Yeah, okay, we can go with that. Okay, so he's missing fingers. So by that, I'm gonna say he just has a completely bionic hand, which like shapeshifts into various medical and metalworking tools. And by glasses, I'm going to say, has he tried replacing someone's head with a propeller? We'll have to see if there are any low-flying scrappers on the Sandcrawler. If so, it's, exactly, shape-shifting hand. Missing fingers? You got a shape-shifting hand. And so he's probably got like a shape-shifting bionic hand that like turns into all the tools that he needs. And then by goggles or glasses, I imagine that he has like, it almost looks like that thing that you wear when you go get your eyes checked, you know? And then like it constantly has like different lenses that are like slotting in for like different magnification sizes. Like that is like permanently bound to his face. You know, it kind of looks like almost like a VR headset that is like fused to his head, and then like it has like various like lenses and like modes that it flips between. So VR headset with various switching lenses.
I imagine that Dr. Akulo Jr. Also, because he's dignified, he probably has, he's gray-furred. That is, he's older. This is white and gray fur.
Multi-tool toy. Okay. Okay, Chad, I see you. Gray and white fur. Alright, so this is Dr. Akulo Jr. And I think we go on the scrap crawler. You know, we're doing some trading of supplies. And maybe there's like a moment where like I have my face shield down because like I'm bartering with people, and sometimes it's, you know, it endears some level of trust to be able to not look into a faceless sheet of black steel, you know, and glass. But you know, then my metal eye patch with like the holographic targeting display is like visible. And so as I'm like walking through the market, you know, and with the traders, say,
yeah, look at this beautiful piece of machinery, this absolutely inspired piece of work.
You know, and like walks over, and like I turn around, and there is of course Dr. Akulo. And like he like looks at me, he's like looking up at me because I imagine I'm probably taller than the rat folk. And like once again, because Akulo is not the best with boundaries or personal space, he like points at like my eye, and his like hand sort of like transforms into like this like metallic tendril, which like slinks its way up towards my eye and begins like pink, 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 like poking at it and like prodding at it. And like his visor is like switching like different lenses so it can like magnify closer.
You absolutely must tell me who is responsible for this, for this magnificent piece of work.
And like picking and prodding at it. Hey now, you know, Redarr's like waving his hands. I think that's close enough, doctor. You know, like probably he has like a name tag that says like Dr. Akulo, and like there may be quotes around the doctor part. Doctor, it was a while ago, installed by Nomad Bounty Tech administrators. It's a long story.
But probably a short altercation, knowing...
I can't find my German now. I'm just going to go with like a... what's the word?
Just a generic mad scientist voice, yes. I think that's much better. Yes, but probably a short altercation, knowing the work of nomads. Bang bang, pew pew, and suddenly an eye gone. But through the power of science, through the marvel of technology, you see again, and probably even better. I wager yes.
And like, I'm like, well, you know, it has its uses. Sometimes do I miss having an eye? Sure. I might be partial to it as it grew out of my head and all that.
Nonsense, nonsense. In fact, I wager that in your line of work, the more mechanical you are, perhaps the better.
And like, you know, you can see the wheels churning in Akulo's head. I ain't gonna go that far, and I wager you shouldn't either. You know, sort of trying to talk him down. That being said, as like I start looking towards Reef, and Reef is probably like giving me like some hand gestures of like, oh, this guy's like a big deal, like he kind of knows and stuff. I am in a dangerous line of work, and sometimes it might be handy to have someone around who can patch me up if things go south. If you're so enamored with this here eye of mine, maybe you wouldn't mind taking a look at it, or other parts of me if I get myself blasted into near smithereens sometime. I should probably see, because I have to try to recruit him. This isn't automatic, so I should probably look at, like, the mechanics behind this. So, recruit. Oh, and we spared Danica. I just remembered that. So we gained a favor. So look at that. One whole favor. Look at us go. Assets are locals who have something valuable to offer you. When you successfully recruit them, you gain access to their special single-use ability. I add half of my favor. Rounded up. Okay, so I have to roll on the... So we already know it's a doctor. Okay, so I pretty much... I'm saying, hey now... I'll let you poke around in my eye sometime. If you promise to, you know, help patch me up if I get myself into some hot shit. And so I'm going to roll my... Ooh, excuse me, my favor die. I get a +1. Okay, 5. And that's pretty solid. And then Akulo is going to roll for the challenge. 1. Of course. Of course Akulo cannot resist such an offer.
Ah, yes, indeed. Why, I would love to get a much closer and more intimate idea of that technology.
As, like, once again, the hand, like, sort of transforms into, like, a whirring, spinning, sort of, like, almost screwdriver-like device, which is, like, extending itself nearer to, Redarr's face, and there's, like, you can almost see, like, a wide-eyed, sort of, like, slack-jawed drool dripping out the side of his mouth. Hey, now, Doc, I said after I get myself messed up. I don't need your help getting it done ahead of time.
Oh, yes, of course. Silly me, I apologize for my over-eager nature.
As it, like, you know, goes back into his hand.
You can call upon me, Dr. Akulo Jr., should you find yourself in need of any impromptu medicinal services.
And he says with, like, a very, very, wide mouth grin. Exactly. Redarr. It's really funny. Culo in Spanish is slang for butt. I mean, I can infer some butt jokes with this guy. Like, he's kind of an asshole. Like, I don't know, switching people's body parts out for mechanical ones and being creepy. Dinner first, sheesh, ain't no cheapo. Exactly. Redarr is like, you know, take me to a dinner and a movie. You take me to one of them fancy picture shows. Buy me a drink before you try and get into my stirrups. All right? All right. So we gain access to a network of medical facilities if we lose a fight. So this is good. Because we're probably eventually going to get into another fight. Successfully recruited Dr. Akulo's services. And then I'll make a note here of the asset, and I will also make an asset note here under assets. The Mystic Sniff the Mercenary, Reef the Roach. Oh, what was our last doctor friend? Pictoclique. Pictoclique was the Lectoke doctor. So now we have the services of Akulo Jr., who is a Mirian Doctor. Nice. I just saw assets. Ha 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 ha. No, I appreciate a bad pun, actually. If y'all been watching me long enough to know that I do appreciate a terrible pun. So yeah, you can't resist. Don't resist, please. Oh, I'm sorry. As soon as I read that text, Loki, the only thing I can hear is, and it's all downhill from here. The inner pop punk in all of us echoes throughout the ages. Okay, so all right, we got a new doctor friend. We love that for us. All right, so I'm gonna write healer, doctor/healer. Okay. All right, if we're lucky, fingers crossed, if we're lucky, on our next explore, we might hit a lead like we did last time. So yeah, we meet Akulo. Oh, is there any other thing that I have to wrap up here with Akulo? Yes, feed beans, feed beans, feed beans. What do we feed beans this time? A cookie. Aw, that's nice. Beans likes cookies. Level 9. We got a level 9 Beans on our hands. Maybe Beans will be able to take someone else in a fight level 9. I mean, granted, already got the crown. Already is holding the title. But, you know, getting stronger. Oh, by the way, that was Overweight's K, who helped forge the Follower Blade. We're now sitting at 113. Thank you so much. The Follower Blade is almost fully formed and ready to swing at our enemies. Alright, I'm gonna put this back into performance mode. There we go. What miraculous specialist knowledge draws in these crowns? Well, obviously, it's the fact that he can bionically alter people. So I think we're good on that prompt. So I think that takes care of our destination. So now we want to go back to exploration. Alright. All that's left is the tip of the blade. Just the tip. That's all we need is just the tip. That's it. Okay. Okay, exploration. If your result, this is, oh wait, we don't, I think this is the last one I got, notoriety 6. I have to roll again. Nothing eventful happens. Damn it. We gain a motivation, which is still good. We're almost max motivation. What destruction do you see caused by the intergalactic war? Okay, so the last time we got this prompt, we saw the ruins of a starfight, which we just saw again, you know, although this time not the aftermath, we were almost part and parcel to it. I think this time, what destruction do we see caused by the intergalactic war? I think that we see this, like, towering obelisk, right? Almost like a watchtower, which has been, that's in the middle of the wastes, which has been, what's the word? Painted in Targ colors. You know, it has like, I think we said it was like an orange spiral with like a red X through the center to symbolize like the orangey slug creatures, and then like an X like target. You know, so it's like sort of like this ramshackle gun platform watchtower, probably swoop bike repair station that would have been, you know, dotted across the landscape. But I think when we come across it, it's almost like blasted out. Maybe it's actually almost like a recent fight. There's actually probably Targ corpses as well as Imperial troops scattered about. Oh, battling the beans. Beans. He won. Beans. Still level 9, but gaining that XP. Look at Beans. That's 2 crowns, baby. 2 crowns for Beans. You know why? Because he's getting so well fed. You know, he's a big, strong Beans. I love that. Thank you for helping Beans out, being a champion. We are the champions, my Beans. Bum, 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 bum. But I imagine there are like the blaster-scarred corpses of Targ gangers and like Imperial soldiers, which are scattered around the sands. But it looks like this was a successful Imperial raid on a Targ outpost. And you can see there are probably like flags that have been like mounted into the ground at various areas that are like flying the Imperial, colors and the Imperial sigil. We haven't really talked much about what the Imperial troops look like. Trying not to borrow too much from Star Wars, but I always like the way that the Imperial Royal Guard looked, like the red armor, like not the, what I'm talking about, not the, but like it's like a matte. It's not like a silver. It's like a reflective color. Maybe it's like a matte red armor with like black undercoating. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that vibe. I always like the way that red or that full body suit looked. So maybe the flag is similar. It's like a red flag. And what would the symbol for the old Empire be? Maybe like sort of like a, yeah, hard shiny with hints of fascism, exactly. I was going to say, for the flag, I'm almost imagining, like, a hammer. Like a hammer of justice, if you will, but it's really like the hammer that they use to, like, impose their will upon the realm. Maybe it's almost like, what is that in Halo that the brutes have? Like, the gravity hammers, Maybe that's, like, one of the signature weapons of, like, the Imperial shock troops that are, like, gravity hammers, right? So that's like their symbol. It's like, this is how we keep the peace, but really it's like, this is how we beat people into submission and bend their will, to our galactic schemes. So yeah, I'm thinking like matte red armor, they have gravity hammers, and that's probably what's dotting the landscape, are these like red floating flags with the black gravity hammers emblazoned upon them. So this looks like a successful Imperial, because they're the challenging faction. The Targ actually own Talus, but the Empire is slowly trying to snake their way into the sands. So this looks like a successful raid on their behalf. So yeah, Explore 10. So we see a blasted out Targ gunnery outpost and swoop bike station, Targ and Imperial corpses litter the wasteland, and then we see there are Imperial flags, which are red with black gravity hammer symbols dotting the landscape, proving dominance. And so yeah, we've also established that the Empire kind of has a matte red armor motif, and their commanding officers and their stronger warriors probably use gravity hammer technology as part of their armaments. That's pretty cool. I dig that. It's kind of a unique take. That's fun. All right, so. And that's what we see. We gain a bit of motivation. We probably gain motivation because we're watching, Targs get decimated, and we all know that Redarr does not have a good relationship with the Targs. So he's probably quite pleased that even though he probably has no love for the Empire, I imagine that being the steely-eyed, anti-hero that Redarr is, he probably doesn't have very strong feelings either way about the Galactic Civil War. It's probably just like whoever is paying him. He actually feels more strongly about like the small scale conflicts, like the Targ conflicts, because they directly affect him. Like the Targs took arms up against Kel and like people who he cares about, and him. So yeah, he probably doesn't feel very strongly about the fact that the Empire like won this battle, but he's probably just happy that they smashed the Targs into submission. So yeah, probably like drives by, stops for a second, sees the chaos, lowers his face shield long enough to spit on one of the Targ corpses nearby. Serves you right, bastards, and then like takes off through the sands again. Alright, so that means we're back to destination phase. We arrive at a small town run by locals, so we choose one. So it's going to be similar. We either barter for supplies, or we enter another bar and immediately run into another nomad. This isn't the first time that we've encountered them. Okay. They catch their eye, nod, and go their own way. Gain 1 favor. Where did you and several other nomads gather to accept your current contract? Okay, so we actually have 2 nomads currently in the story beyond us. We have Itsuki Ich, which is the cool assassin that we have a crush on. And then we have Danica LaFoe, who is the cool assassin who just tried to kill us a couple days ago on the gravity bridge. So let's do a roll. Let's say 50% chance, 1 to 50, it's one of the 2 that we already know. Above that, it is a new nomad. Okay, it's definitely one that we already know. Is it Danica or is it Itsuki? We'll say 1 to 3 Itsuki and above Danica. It's Danica. Oh no. Okay. So we probably run into Danica. So we run into a local cantina. And we're like looking across the bar, and you know, immediately we see like something out of the corner of our eye catches our attention. You get that feeling that you're being watched, right? And then we turn our head and we see like the glint of light that is like trained on us. And curiously, you know, we take our full glance, and it is the holographic eyes, the unblinking holographic eyes of Danica, which are just staring straight at us. She's probably in the corner, her entire cloak like shielding her body, except for like maybe her one hand, which is extended. And I imagine she's probably holding like the equivalent of like a space martini glass, which like has a ludicrously tall stem, you know, and she just like calmly like sipping it from the other side of the bar. She has, you can see, probably like a like an adhesive medical patch on her temple where like we nearly caved in her skull in our altercation, and she looks like her one shoulder, you know, she's underneath her cloak now, but definitely holding it at a slight angle. It's a little stiff since we winged her with our blaster. So they catch our eye. She's drinking a Saturn, exactly. Literally and figuratively. They catch our eye, they nod, and they go their own way. So, I mean, like, definitely... Wow, we have a lot of... Actually, we don't have a lot of favor, but we're getting there. So, yeah, I think this is the moment where, like, we're both looking at each other. Where did you and several other nomads gather to accept your current contract? We know that she took the same contract that we did. I imagine that there's probably, you know, dotted throughout deep space, there are probably like independent, what's the word? Like space station living quarters, living settlements, which are designed specifically for nomads. You know, it's kind of like that sanctified holy ground, like no bloodshed, no nomad on nomad fights here, or else like you're banished. It's like if you have a grudge, you leave it at the door. You know, probably has like a very specific set of like codes of conduct that you can partake in when you're on these stations. And yeah, they probably, you know, I imagine they probably have some technology where they don't show up on scanners. Yeah, weapon checks, exactly. Maybe even like weapon locks while you're like on the stations. And I imagine they probably have some sort of technologies which like they don't register on like on scanning devices unless like you have like a specific set of input codes that only get passed down to you like from other nomads, like when you join the Bounty Hunters Guild. So yeah, all very cloak and dagger, all very, you know, all codified. So I imagine, you know, I know for a fact that that's where I got my contract, right, for Navi. Now, I didn't know that Danica took the contract with Navi as well. That was a surprise. So what likely happened was I took the contract, I left to fulfill it. Danica probably got word from Navi, because they're friends. Maybe even romantically involved. That's just the headcanon I'm making right now. Why not? That they're in, like, hot shit. And so Danica also picks up the contract, even knowing that I'd already taken it. And probably especially so that I'd taken it because she knew Kel and has, bad blood out for Redarr. And then, traveled to Talus to head me off at the pass, quite literally, on the Grav Bridge. And then it became the altercation that we saw before us. So yeah, what are the names of those stations? What would be like a cool, lore-friendly name for like a cloak and dagger, neutral meeting grounds, space station? Might have to think about that, but at any rate, yeah. So we see Danica at a nearby bar. She eyes us warily, but doesn't make a move. She's still reeling from our last fight. She nods. She finishes her drink. Goes her own way. Wants to avoid us after what happened. But yeah, we learned. So we learned that the nomads have neutral meeting ground zones, independent space colonies for bounty hunters. They have secret access codes, stealth tech, codes of conduct for anti-violence and weapon monitoring, all that fun stuff. So we have a lot of lore in this bit, actually, which is cool. Space colonies. And that's where I took my gig. That's my headcanon. Is that right? That's where I got my gig. But we gained a motivation, which is handy. We probably gained motivation because, we're sitting at the bar. We're probably nursing what I imagine is the space equivalent of like a whiskey straight, right? Like Redarr probably drinks like something just a few clicks down from like jet fuel, and sees that they make eye contact from across the bar. It's sort of like the steely moment of like, you gonna make a move? Not like verbally, but like in his mind. Like, is that what's gonna happen? His face shields down because he's drinking. And then all she does is like give him the nod and like walk off. And you can see like he sort of he smirks despite himself, sort of like, self-satisfied. Like he claimed that victory and he knows she's gonna think twice about pulling some smart shit like that on him again. And that's probably why we're so motivated. We remember coming out on top against another pretty formidable nomad. So yeah, motivation gained. We're back to explore. Now we're at explore 11. I should probably say exploration 11. All right, here we go. Come on. Lead. I believe it can happen. Yes! If your notoriety is 5 or higher, you encounter a lead. Nice. Okay. So, got that ego boost. Exactly. Got the morale bonus. the charisma buff. All right. So lead generator randomize. Quip Emwis. That's a cute name. They're a Valk, a bird-like species. Oh, that was like the first alien that we met at the bar that we flirted with to get information. Immediately when I see Quip Emwis, I think emu. I think this thing looks like an emu or like an ostrich. Quip Emwis. I love that name. That's such a fun name to say. Okay, so Quip Emwis. I'm automatically going space emu / ostrich. Let's figure out what their pronouns are. I'm going to say 1, 2, he, him, 3, 4, she, her, 5, 6, they, them. 5, they, them. Cool. They, them, Quip, and Weiss. All right, so let's generate some visual stuff for Quip. but I think the lead may generate more actual information for us as we go deeper. So let's first take a look at what they look like. I'm gonna roll 2d20. Bump, bump. 9 and 11. I keep getting missing fingers. Non-binary baby, exactly. Non-binary quip imwis. Little emo and emu friend. Maybe they're a little emo. 11, a birthmark, and you know what? I'm gonna change missing fingers because we've had missing fingers a couple times. Let's go for missing teeth, but because they're a Valk and they'll have a beak, why don't we say there's like a chunk of their beak missing? You ever see like a bird when they get like a chunk of their beak missing and you can almost like look inside of like the hollowed out space where their mouth would be? It's kind of a rare thing to see, but you find it every once in a while. I think that's Quip's deal. I think Quip has a hole in their beak. So let's go back up to job 1. Chronos Serenity Base for a... Oh, Serenity Base. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, Serenity Base makes sense for a place where they have to be like, you know, totally neutral. All right, so Quip has a chunk of their beak missing. And then in terms of a birthmark on a bird person, that's interesting. What would a birthmark be for a bird person? Perhaps, maybe, okay. So perhaps Quip is a space emu / ostrich, but more so in the way that, like, you know, kind of straddling that line, a patch in the feathers. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking, like, straddling the line evolutionarily between, like, dinosaur and bird, so there's a bit more of, like, the undercoat, like, the flesh showing. And maybe there's, like, a patch of flesh which is a different color, right? Maybe, like, paler. Maybe, like, their flesh is gray, but the patch is, like, stark white. And then you can see that reflected in their feathers. You know, that ostrich emu kind of like that. It's almost like hair, but it's their plumage. But yeah, it's like the streak of like frosty white. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go for. So they have a discoloration in their hide, which manifests in their furry plumage. Perfect. I didn't spell plumage right. There we go. All right, so that's their description. But now, let's get a look at more info about Quip. They are argumentative. Okay, perfect. What do they constantly complain about? Oh, time to stretch, says Loki. Or what blunt item do they brandish to intimidate others? Interesting. Oh, okay. I already know exactly where this is going reading ahead. But I will stretch a little bit. And crack my spine. Oh, God. There we go. Oh, did you hear that? I felt like that was very audible. I could be wrong. Also, I'm wearing a NASA shirt today because we're in space. We're in space. As far as we know, we're in space. Touch your toes. Everyone take a moment. Feeling good? How's everybody feeling tonight? Y'all just vibing with me? Oh, there's my phone yelling at me to... No, we're definitely not stopping the stream yet. It echoed in my cave, in my desert oasis cave. No, we're definitely not stopping the stream until we get our mark. We can do it. We have 2 leads. We can absolutely do it. I believe in us. All right. Oh, how do I feel? Pretty good? Pretty good. Oh, hi, baby. Hi, sweetheart. The baby just ran out here when I was stretching. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to friends? It's a baby. Come here. Oh. I'm gonna try to see if I can take a knee. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay, honey. She just, you know, she wants treats. She probably does. She never not wants treats. Can I like turn my shoulder so you can get her in camera? Look at that pretty girl. Yeah. You ran over here in a hurry. What'd you want? She just wanted some attention, I guess. Quality content, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we interrupt your space bounty hunts for this perfect little girl, huh? Huh. You okay? You gonna be alright? She is such a... She needs all the attention. Although she's been very good lately. You know, like, she hasn't really tried to butt in on stream or anything. You went down? Okay. I let you down now. Oh, good girl. There you go. You definitely deserve some treats later. Oh, she's looking up at me. You can jump up here again if you want. Just don't get on the keyboard. Okay. Okay, friend? Yeah, she's good. All right. So they're argumentative, number one. So looking ahead, it says, what blunt item do they brandish to intimidate others, right? And then if we go even further down, it says, they're a member of the challenging faction, which we established is the Empire, and we also established that they wield gravity hammers. So what blunt item do they brandish to intimidate others? A goddamn gravity hammer is what they brandish. Okay. So, which is, you know, not great for Redarr already. Okay, so let's make some notes. So they're argumentative, and they're kind of a bully, because they wield... Oh, she jumped up on the counter. Hi. I don't know if y'all can see her from my position. She just wants more pets. Wields a gravity hammer to intimidate others. So we know that this person is kind of a higher rep. Yeah, it makes me wonder if the beak injuries from that absolutely probably got into a scrape real up close and paid the price for it. So they kind of have higher rep in the Empire. Do you just see ears? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, do you have a sleepy in your eye? Do you have a sleepy in your eye? She's not gonna let me get it though, because she hates when I try and help her with that. So we catch up to them at their starship just as they're preparing to board and leave. Okay. A starfighter battle breaks out in the sky above again. Okay. So basically, all right. So we know a couple things. They're a member of the Empire. They're probably about to head into some sort of conflict with the Targ. They're from the challenging faction, desperate for money, and were hired by your target. Huh. What job were they hired to do, and why did they need fast credits? Interesting. So this is going to need a little unraveling to undo, because the target... Oh! Okay, maybe not. Because what we learned from Danica, we thought that Navi was peddling spice for the Targ, right? But what we learned is that that Navi was set up. That Navi's, at least from Danica's perspective, from Danica's word, that Navi didn't actually illegally peddle spice in the Red Moon Syndicate territory. So why were they hired to do the job? It's because, you know, even though Quip is Imperial, there is actually no bad blood between Navi and Quip because Navi isn't actually Targ, and Quip is an Imperial agent, so there's no bad blood. Okay, so Navi, who mistakenly is on the hook for the Spice Targ bounty, hires Quip as a sort of bodyguard / enforcer to protect them, presumably presumably from Red Moon Syndicate people. Okay. Not knowing that there's bounty hunters on their tail. Okay, so that's why Quip was hired. Yeah, but why did they need fast credits? Why did they need fast credits? It says they're desperate for money and hire. Why would the Empire be desperate on Talus? They're a challenging faction, sure. But they're not necessarily in a bad place in terms of the power structure. But maybe it's more personal. Maybe... okay. Maybe it's not so much that they were desperate for money, but they were desperate for a favor. Because Quip knows that Navi has an in with the nomads, namely Danica, and is hoping to, what's the word? Leverage her assassin skills, off the books, so to speak, to take out some political rivals in the Empire hierarchy. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think Quip is a conniving, scheming officer who is trying to make sure that some of their other captains who are jockeying for their position are taken out in a silent way. And if they can hire a very well-trained bounty hunter off the books, all the better. Navi is the direct link to that. So I think that's the story. So they're going to be boarding. Okay, so they're boarding their starship, and they're preparing to leave. And a starfighter battle breaks out. And okay. So, interesting. So this is probably... So Quip probably has one of the Imperial interceptors. Maybe it was even in the last Starfight that raged above our heads. And we do know that the Targ have made multiple assassination attempts against high-ranking Imperial officers lately. So yeah, I think what this is about to be is an assassination attempt on Quip that we are just unfortunately going to be at the wrong place at the wrong time for. But before we get there, we do need to establish we have to speak with them, and then they're going to attack us. Okay. So first we need to speak. So we need to go here. We need to go to speak. And let us roll. Oh, and this will probably help gain a little information about their relationship as well. So I'm going to roll d6. I got a 4. Your target acted to prevent something much worth. Ass Sin Nation. The new title of our chat. Unofficial chat title. The target acted to prevent something much worse. What repercussions would have been felt across the galaxy had they failed? You have no idea what was at stake. Yeah, Assassin Nation? Okay, Mochi. I see what you're up to. Okay, so the target acted to prevent something much worse. So the target was set up, so maybe... Let's go back to our note. Maybe Navi actually was trying to prevent Targ spices being sold in Red Moon space, but something went wrong, and they were pinned. They were pinned for the deals as a scapegoat by the Targ when it fell through. And so, so what were they? And so what were they? It says something worse could have happened. Perhaps the deal that Navi interrupted, right, and took the blame for, was actually a shipment of a very potent, very deadly new variant of spice. You know, like cooked up in like a spacer's basement. In a spacer's basement. Like, we'll get you there very intensely, but it could be lethal if you imbibe in it. And so Navi interrupted the shipment and took the blame, even though knew that they were going to catch heat from the Red Moon, but they decided it was worth it because it was going to stop this deadly, stop the deadly batch of spice from hitting the market. Wow. Okay. So maybe Danica wasn't that wrong, actually. So, all right. So we used Danica's information to track down the next possible person who would have information on Navi, which is Quip. And we get information that they are at an Imperial starport nearby. So we we bolt our way in that direction. We find Quip in their resplendent, well, probably knowing Quip, got the chunk of beak missing, probably a battle-scarred, heavy armor suit, with a gravity hammer strapped to their back. And, we approach, well, I approach, Reef shudders and shakes and cowers behind the swoop bike, not too far off. And as, this heavily armored, grim-looking, predatory bird, this very fearsome silhouette marches towards their starfighter, the cockpit of which cracks open at their approach. I say, "Hey now, what's your rush? Where are you moseying off to?" And Quip turns their head back in our direction.
"Official Imperial business. It means nothing to the likes of you. It would be best if you turned around, bounty hunter."
And to this, Redarr says, "Well, as nice it would be for the both of us for me to turn tail, we both know that can't happen. I got myself a mark, paid for in guild funds, which means they need a return on their investment, and I'm here to collect." And so slowly, Quip turns their head to face us. We can see the full, puncture through their overlong beak now.
"Is that so? And what kind of investment are you returning to the guild?"
Just an individual who may be responsible for some dark dealings here in Targ space. I got it on good authority you might know him. Goes by the name of Navi Mod." And there's a flash of recognition in Quip's eyes, and then just as quickly, steely, "I know Navi. Navi wouldn't be involved in something like this. If you talk to your past contact," they say with a certain amount of vitriol, probably knowing that we know Danica,
"she would have told you that Navi was set up from the jump."
"That's what Danica said, but
Also, Danica tried to take off my head with a sniper rifle, so her trustworthiness right now is suspect at best, you understand. You can trust her when she says that Navi had nothing to do with that shipment. If anything, Navi was instrumental in preventing that shipment from hitting market. You don't say. Redarr says, contemplatively, not really caring because this still doesn't change his job, but it's keeping Quip talking, and he's getting more information about Navi, which is important. Yes. Navi actually hates spice. The whole lot of it. And it turns out there was a specific variant being brewed that would have been unfortunate if people got their hands on it. They made sure... Oh, yeah, and he also knows that Danica, because he's trying to hire Danica. Sorry, tangent. So I think it's best, in your best interest, if you turn around, make yourself scarce, let Navi be. They're a good person. I ain't here to make judgment calls on people's character. I'm here to worry about if you're good or you're bad. I'm here to worry about if you're selling spice, you're stopping spice, if you are a saint, or if you're a sinner. What I'm paid to care about is how much money's on your head and what's done with that money once it's brought back to who's paying. I got my contract. I'm gonna fulfill it one way or another. And you're the last person standing between me and that paycheck. So what's it gonna be, Quip? And there's once again a moment of silence between the two of them as, Quip's fist tighten at their sides. And as Quip is about to say something else, there's another woo, a whir of sirens above their heads as there's, some static coming over the loudspeakers. Orbital bombardment imminent. I repeat, orbital bombardment imminent. And then you can see these like fireball-like projectiles that are raining down from the sky. They smash into the starport. Some of the fighters immediately explode. And as Redarr is leaping back to narrowly avoid being absolutely flattened by one of these orbital bombardments from I presume, a nearby Targ gunship, which is finding its way into the atmosphere. Quip wastes no time, leaps into the air. You can see they reach for something behind their back as this massive maul just finds itself in their clutches, and there's sort of a whir of activation, sort of like that vibrates, and you see this whole thing, like the head of it, shakes at such like an immense speed that you can barely see that it's moving, but it's like a blur, just a massive block of black blurred steel, and just over their head, craning down towards Redarr with the hammer in hand. Looks like, what's the word? Quip wants to make sure that their end of the bargain with Navi is not interrupted. So Quip has a +2 to attack and 1 defense. Redarr, of course, has 4 ranged and then 2 melee, which turns into 1 after the first hit. All right, there we go. And I also have, well, I technically have 2 defense because of Reef. Okay. All right, well, first things first. I'm going to say that because Quip leapt into the air to prepare their gravity hammer to, smush me into a human-colored paste, I have enough time to release my pistols from the sides of my hip and aim them and release a volley in Quip's direction. So, first things first. I'm going to roll for Redarr. Fingers crossed. A 3, that's middling.
So that's 5, 6, 7. So we got Redarr has a 7, and then we're gonna roll for Quip. 4 plus 2 is 6. Okay, so raises that gravity hammer above their head, leaps off of the platform. It's vibrating with power as Redarr. You know what? I just realized we gotta play some more dramatic music. There we go. As Redarr releases the pistols from his sides, releases a volley into the air. Quip, some of their armor eats some of the bolts, so ping, 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 sort of like reflects, but does manage to catch sort of right in the gut at the last second, which causes a lot of the oomph behind their swing to get knocked out of them, right, like knocks the breath out of them. So by the time Quip is getting right within striking distance, there's sort of this rasping cough that releases from Quip as the hammer comes down, but far too slowly, as Redarr leaps backward as the hammer hits the ground, and you can see there's an initial impact from just the blow and the weight of the weapon, but then there's like another shockwave that releases after the initial strike on the surface of the earth, that releases just like this shockwave in all directions, which fractures the stone, probably even warps the metal underneath their feet, as the gravity hammer just makes like the entire area that Quip just landed in concave. I always forget concave versus convex, but makes the ground like a bowl underneath the strike zone. So we took away 1 of Quip's defense, so Quip has 0 defense left. Quip picks themselves back up, sort of coughs, and like wipes the side of their beak with their armor, and you can see, let's say they have maybe dark purplish blood that's staining the red armor plating. You filthy nomads. You never know when to keep your noses clean to keep yourselves out of it. Me and Navi have a deal going. They don't need this, and we certainly don't need you poking around Imperial business. As Redarr charges up his blaster pistols. I got a knack for putting my nose where it don't belong and bullets where they do. Or I should say blasters where they do. So I'm gonna leave it up to you, Quip. You wanna make this hard on yourself, you gonna make it easy. And then you just see Quip narrow their eyes. The Empire bows to no one. And leaps again with the gravity hammer vibrating violently underneath their clutches. Actually, you know what we can say? Just slams the gravity hammer down in front of them, which sends like a range, like a linear shockwave, like splits the earth in Redarr's direction, right? That's cooler. And is sort of tearing up chunks of the ground as another orbital bombardment rains above their heads. Shoo, 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 more fiery red orbs rain down from the sky. Redarr having to leap out of the way of the gravity wave, as well as the shrapnel, as more starships explode around him in all directions. So we're gonna roll for Redarr. Ooh, that's pretty good. I don't think there's a way that Quip can beat that. Yeah. The gravity hammer slams down. There's a shockwave that lurches out towards Redarr. Redarr leaps to the side, fires a couple shots, wings Quip in the hand. So ping! Sort of like releases their grip on the gravity hammer, which causes that absolutely massive implement to like lose, balance and weight. swings downward right at Quip's feet, which causes another shockwave, and that just throws Quip way up into the air, completely releasing their grip on the gravity hammer, and falls onto their back in the middle of this battlements. It's around this time that all of these sirens that are going off, you can hear the Imperial Guard shouting some commands, and you can see an energy shield encapsulate the docks, and you can see some of the anti-air guns begin to rise out of the platform and shoot back up into the air. So now the orbital bombardment is falling short. It is being deflected by this energy shield, and now the Targ gunships are taking fire from the anti-air weaponry. So at this point, it looks like the Targ gunship has bitten off a bit more than it can chew. It dealt a very decisive blow, but perhaps it's not willing to stick around to see how strong those cannons are. And you can see it activates like some sort of warp drive and disappears, leaps itself out of bounds. During all of this chaos, however, Redarr will actually grab Quip by like the scruff of their armor and actually drag them out of all the shrapnel, out of all the explosions, takes them under the cover of one of the blast shields, partially because, there's a part of Redarr that's not completely heartless, and B, if Quip dies, then Redarr loses his next best lead. So drags Quip back under the blast shield and props them up against the shield itself. So they're sitting, and at this point, Quip is shot in the gut, disoriented from the gravity blast, just sort of looking lazy-eyed and hazy-eyed, as Redarr takes his blaster pistol and puts it right underneath the sort of chin, the beak of Quip, to the point where you can hear like a sort of little click from the beak. And Quip just stares at Redarr. I give my life for the Empire. Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Just sort of like taunting Redarr. You might want to give your life for the Empire, but trust me, Empire ain't worth it. Just tell me what I need to know. You can walk away and keep serving your jackboot asshole officer bosses. All right? Well, we're gonna put the regular soundtrack back on. Navi might be a good person, but are they really worth you dying for your political aspirations? I want you to think real hard about that. As the gun continues to press up against the bottom of Quip's chin. Fine. Exposition. Information. I don't really know where we're going to find Navi yet, but essentially Quip relents, right? Yeah, plus 2 times then. Okay, so that's it. So yeah, pretty much relents, gives up their chance at getting Danica on their side as an assassin for hire, in the hopes of sparing their own life from Redarr's pistol. And we'll see where that information takes us. I think if we go back to the attack section, if we have a lead and we choose our opponent's fate, we can either gain a favor or notoriety. We already have max notoriety, so we are going to take the favor. The favor's actually growing pretty well at this point. And we're going to spare them. We're going to spare them. We don't need blood on our hands. It isn't worth it. And Quip was really just in it for the clout, caught up in a money game for the clout. There ain't no reason to kill him. So we're going to spare Quip to gain favor and learn more information on Navi. And so after I learned all this about how Quip was going to trade information, trade protection for Navi, for Danica's skills in the future to take out some opponents. Redarr, like, spins his guns back into his holster. Now, I ain't trying to talk myself up too much, but I already outshot that Danica a couple days back. You want some jobs done, you come to the best. Call on Redarr Kenth. Let's just say I owe you one for that tip on Navi. And, bows his hat. You have a good day now. And goes back to his swoop bike, chugs it up, and then speeds off to the next destination. All right. Which is going to be, you arrive at a fortified base or palace. Yeehaw, says Mochi. Exactly. Rides off into the sunset. We arrive at a fortified base owned by the controlling faction. That's the Targ. So we pretty much run into a Targ military encampment. And Redarr hates these guys. Basically Jabba's palace. We gain 1 notoriety, which we already have max. If it's 4 or higher, a hostile guard approaches. Okay. So let's keep reading. Then we see an unaffiliated mercenary or rebellious civilian being intimidated by a hostile soldier or guard. Something about the scene. There's a lot to this scene. Okay. So first things first. We're driving our bike across the sands. We find ourselves into a settlement, probably like a sort of a black market kind of establishment, like a bazaar, but it's really shady. We eventually learn that there is like a fortified den where the Targ do some of their more shadowy dealings. As we're like walking through, because we didn't really know what we were getting into, right? We're like walking through the bazaar, just trying to keep our head low, but there are Targ guards pretty much at every corner. Eventually, one catches their eye, and this, black leather, studded, armored, rifle-toting thug approaches us. A hostile guard. So hostile doesn't mean a fight yet. So let me go back to, we can still threaten them. Okay. So the guard approaches us, sort of slowly, eyes up and down, our entire get up. Person of fitting a description similar to yours, I heard, got their face caved in by Mina Vi about a week back. Made a big show of themselves, getting laid out in the sand. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? As you can see, some of the other Targs begin to slowly filter in, kind of close in on my position at the bazaar. You can see a couple of the civilians look up and see that the ruffians are enclosing me, and they start like pulling all of the shades down and like the blast shields on their little stalls and their food carts. All right, so I can still threaten. So I add half my notoriety rounded up, which is high. I have a lot of notoriety right now. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I want to start a fight in this fortified encampment, especially in Targ territory. So what I'm going to do... Oh, I'll also say that, like, the deeper that we get into... So, like, on the outside, it just looks like a settlement that deals, like, a black market, like, bazaar kind of thing. But then when we start walking through, we start seeing, like, like... people that are like chained like up on the battlements, or like people that were like made examples of by the Targ because they're bloodthirsty bastards, and we very much get the idea that this is violently controlled by like Targ agents, because the people are being very poorly treated and abused. just to, you know, sell the fact that they're evil and terrible and that we hate them and that we want to blow them all into smithereens. So I'm going to attempt to threaten this Targ. So I got a 5 plus half my notoriety, so 6, 7, 8. And so now, I don't think there's a way they can beat that, really. Yes, even if they get a 6, they don't get any bonus. Right? At half your notoriety success, the hostile backs down. Yeah, they don't get any bonus. So roll on the threat neutralize table. So I'm going to roll a 2. They walk away muttering their disdain about nomads. Redarr hears the Targ talk about the ass whooping that a person like him got delivered to by Navi. He says, I heard that story. Someone who looked a mighty lot like me did get a proper thrashing by Navi. That's true. I also heard a story, though, that a person fitting that same description blasted the backs of the skulls out of a couple of her cronies. More than a few times. Spread their guts all across the sands. Was hardly even a fair fight, just plugged them full of holes before they had a chance to react. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? He stares out from underneath his visor, you know, one hand on the hilt, the handle of one of his blasters. You can see the Targ, there's a bead of sweat that rolls down their brow, and they shrug their shoulders and they kind of get their bearings back on their rifle. Yeah, I heard that story too. Let's hope they don't come around these parts. Sounds like it'd be bad news for all of us. Yeah, mighty bad news. And you can see the Targ like looks over their shoulders and nods towards the other guards as they begin to turn around and scatter their way back through the market to bully more of the attendants as they raise their blast shields. And as I pace away, you know, my spurs clink, 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 under the Targ's breath, you just hear, oh, fucking nomads. Just absolutely not nonplussed about all of that. Sorry, we talked down the guard. Good for us. We can't gain the notoriety. And then we see an unaffiliated mercenary or rebellious civilian being intimidated by a hostile soldier or guard. Okay. So once again, I can talk. This is hostile soldier or guard. So I don't necessarily have to fight them. So, okay. So I narrated that, you know, there are these civilians that are like chained up or dead, you know, they were being made examples of by the Targ. We can say there's probably like a rebellious civilian, right, who's like standing in the square, and like you hear like a piercing scream, right? And you know, we turn our heads, and it's an Anciette woman. That's the many-eyed species, just to have a different alien show up, who like screams bloody murder at one of the walls, and obviously sees the corpse of someone that she recognizes, and like whips around, tears in like multiple eyes, right? There's like welling up, and I don't even know how many eyes an Anciette has, but definitely more than 2. I think I rolled 4 for Kel at least. So at least 4 eyes, maybe more, weeping, and like turns around and looks at the Targs. He's like, "You Targ bastards! You killed him! He was paying you! It was gonna be okay! You killed him!" And you see like the Targs are like sort of like wheeling around in her direction and like priming their rifles. "We're gonna ask you to be quiet, and we're not gonna ask you twice." Like, "Fuck you!" And like screaming, and like you can see grabs probably just some random implement off of a cart, right? And is about to swing it, and you can hear like the rifles beginning to be primed, and that's when, of course, you hear clink, clink behind this whole scene unfolding, as the guards different set of guards, different part of the bazaar, whip their heads around and see Redarr standing there, the edges of his severed cloak, whipping in all directions in the light wind. Now, you weren't just about to draw your guns, on the citizen here, were you? Seems like she's just voicing her concerns. Ain't no reason to be making more dead than you already done made. This is Targ business. Why don't you just get back into the sands? Leave us alone. Afraid I can't do that. As he once again flicks his hand out, his cloak whips around and he places one hand on his gun. The universal sign for don't make me get involved. I think maybe you let this woman grieve. You let her go. Maybe find yourself at a nearby bar. Get yourself dumb drunk. Forget about any of this even happening. And we're going to roll to intimidate, because we can do that. And we have half our notoriety. Rolled up. Redarr is rolling like he's on fire today. Yeah, with a 3, I got half my notoriety. They, once again, see my hand on the pistol. Oh, and I have to roll a reason they get talked down, other than the fact that I'm really cool. We already rolled that one. Let's roll a different one. Wow, we already rolled that one. Let's roll a different one. Wow, we already rolled. Oh my god. No, okay, we have to keep the other one. I mean, that happened like 3 times. It was destined to happen. They all look at each other for a moment. And they all recollect the story being told about Redarr pumping the gang full of blaster holes. Yeah. A drink does sound good right about now. And turns around to gaze at the woman. She isn't worth shit anyway. Not worth the plasma bolts it would cost to put her down. Come on, everyone. Let's leave them to it. And they turn around and they begin to saunter towards the nearest cantina as the woman, still gripping, we'll say it's like a pipe, excitedly in her hand, still sort of riled up. Redarr approaches her slowly, hand off of his pistol. Ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you to put that down before I get any closer. And she's continue to shaking, breathing heavily. Why did they do that? Why? He was almost paid in full. And slowly Redarr approaches. She doesn't even seem to see him approaching. She's still lost in her own thoughts. And then he gingerly puts the top of his hand on top of the pipe and guides it downward so it's not facing up and pointing towards anyone or thing, and then wraps his hand around it. I'm gonna ask you to let it go again. I don't mean you any harm. And then slowly, her consciousness sort of gets to her, as her iron-like grip retracts from the pipe, letting Redarr pull it from her, drop it somewhere nearby. She just sort of collapses on her knees and begins sobbing in the middle of the square. And there are some people who are watching, and you can tell there's empathy, and there's they're mourning, but there's also this prevailing sense of this is also life, and it cannot be changed. And it's someone else is always new in the square mourning someone who was wrongfully taken, by the Targ. And there's, just sort of that reticence of, this is just the way things are. And it's sad, but what can they do? This is just, the Targ control this place. And, Redarr leans down, and, takes a knee beside her at a, safe enough distance that to give her space. Says, Targs, they took someone from someone I cared about too. I saw the look it put on his face. It wasn't too dissimilar from one you got now. And she, looks up and her many eyes are still tearing up. And actually, because I said that she was on Siet, and that's Kel's species, there's definitely, like, reverberations of that memory in it for Redarr. Hearing Kel talk about losing his son to the Targ from the same species of this new person who's, like, crying in front of him. It's, like, probably triggering a lot of memories for him. It says right here, something about the scene triggers you as well, it says as you walk away, but, like, as we're here. She doesn't say anything. She just, like, is watching him intently. Not really sure what to say, or if there is anything that she can say. And says, "Now, I can't make any big promises. I ain't here squarely to stick it to the Targ. But I've been doing a good job of that since touching ground on Talus. And I ain't planning on stopping anytime soon. If it's any consolation," and he looks up, and he looks at the corpse that she was crying over, and he says, "What was his name?" And she sniffles for a moment, trying to, like, choke back tears. And let's look at the species. The species. There we go. Onsiet. I'll take the first one. Raz'Mahs. She, through tears, chokes out, Raz'Mahs. He nods and looks at the corpse and says, "I'm gonna make sure that every time I drain the blood out of one of those Targ rats, I'm gonna do it for Raz'Mahs. I'll say his name with every pull of the trigger, if that puts your mind at ease at all." And there's like obviously that won't bring Raz back, and obviously that can't change things directly here at the settlement, but there is some sort of karmic wrath. There's sort of a warped sense of justice that comes with the idea of every blaster shot being named for Raz in her mind. And there is a sense of peace and maybe finality that eventually washes over her, kind of like stops her from whimpering so much, kind of collecting her courage again. And she says, "I'd like that." And she looks towards the body, kind of finding newfound strength. "Raz would too. I figured you might." And he looks back up towards the body and says, "I can help you get him down, if you like. Give him a proper burial. I ain't much for eulogies, but I'm plenty familiar with putting people in the ground." And, there's not maybe a smile, but the faintest curve of an upturned lip. Probably the closest thing that she's gotten to a gesture of kindness and however long. And says, "Okay, Nomad. I'll take you up on that." And so, of course, we won't go through the gory details, but they go through the laborious process of unmounting the corpse from the wall, from the battlement, taking it out to the sands, taking it out to a decent enough distance where she could probably visit the grave, with relative certainty and safety, and lays Raz'Mahs to rest, and has a chance to properly say goodbye, whereas before she would have to watch the unfortunate rot set in on her, I'm assuming, love interest's body. So yeah, wow. Every once in a while, we just get like a really heavy scene happen. Okay. You find yourself jostled by a growing crowd of locals. They're all trying to catch a glimpse of something nearby. That's so deep. I know. I was just following the yes and, Mochi. I was just following the, the next moment, if you will, but I don't know. Poetic in its own way. You're stuck watching a long convoy for the leader of the controlling faction, which is the Targ. So a leader of this faction is probably Mina. if we're being honest with ourselves, it's probably Mina. I lose one motivation. How does the crowd react to her presence? Well, obviously they cower in fear. And I'm making a judgment call right now that's not written in the scene at all, but there is a part of Redarr that wants to straight up murder Mina in this town in front of everyone. You know what I mean? Like, he was embarrassed. He was laid low by Mina in the waist by the Targs. He's now here at their headquarters, and he's seeing firsthand the kind of shit they pull to the people here. He just laid to rest this, like, innocent person's husband, boyfriend, and now she's, like, parading through the streets, and, like, you know, she probably has, like, a coterie of Targs on either side, and they're probably, like, pushing people aside and bullying their way through the bazaar. Like, why not make an example of her in front of everyone that, like, the target cannot keep these people broken? I might just write in that we're gonna fight. It's not written in the scene, but I think it makes absolute sense. Which means I'm gonna have to quickly find the scene for the gangers. Yeah, you catch a glimpse of the hoverbike gang. So hey y'all, here's where the solo role-playing comes in. I'm just gonna make this happen. Because this certainly isn't written into the story, but goddamn if it doesn't make sense. So we lay them to rest, and, you know, the whole time, you know, Reef is at our back, and, you know, scampering around and cowering every time a Targ guard comes by, until finally, you know, he, Mochi. Yeah, I mean, we're about to knuck if you buck, I think, is what the terminology is. We feel like a tug on our cloak as we turn around and you hear, Redarr, I don't, you know, want to be the one to tell you this, but I think someone you know is in town. As they both turn their heads, and Mina is striding her way proudly through the streets, sort of giving knuckles and shoulders to all of her compatriots, and, like, tossing aside civilians and people in the bazaar as she marches forward, sort of shouting commands. And Redarr, you know, immediately the teeth start gritting. You know, his fist starts clenching. You can probably hear her, like, walking through. Yeah, and so then he tries to pull a gun on me in the middle of the fight. I leap on his ass so fast, I nearly break his jaw with one swing, and, like, all the Targs begin, like, laughing. What a asshole, what a wimp, you know. And this is just, like, just riling up Redarr even more. As, you know, she walks into the center of the station, she can see that a bunch of people are, like, gathered up, because they just watched Redarr pull down the corpse. And she can probably see that there's a spot empty on the wall, that there was an example there that is no longer there. And so, you know, she turns around, giving her cold, golem-like stare, because she's a Pellicid, to the rest of the crowd. Anybody want to tell me what happened here? Last I remember, we had a reminder of who's in charge right here. She says as she, like, plucks one of her stony fingers against the wall, like, leaving a divot in the surface. That was our property. You are not supposed to touch our property. It almost as if we need to have some more instructionals being dispensed, huh? Does someone else want to volunteer for the wall? Anybody else want to pledge themselves to the people? Show them that we mean business? And she, like, walks around just eyeing up sort of, like, the meekest, you know, looking for the person, the most pathetic, who will put up no to put up no fight. And there is not a single doubt in anyone's mind that Mina will fully go through with that threat and mount anyone up on the wall if it means that she once again cements herself as some figure of authority here. As there's a voice that cuts out through the crowd. You want somebody to stand up for these people? And immediately, you know, like, her head perks up as she, like, turns around and comes face to face with Redarr. You know, the whole crowd parts. Like, it just siphons out to either side as he's standing there. I might know someone for the job. And, like, you know, the cloak is whipping. Reef is shuddering nearby behind a stall. Mina, of course, is just unfazed and, like, laughs.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You? I left you in pieces last time, buddy. In fact, if it wasn't for your Imperial overlords rushing in to stitch you back together at the last second, I believe you'd be a dead man.
Well, true. I got my fair share of luck about me, but that's been rolling pretty high for me. And yours, unfortunately, looks to be running out by the minute. As, like, sort of looks towards all the Targ guards who he already had talked out of fighting earlier. They all seem to be, like, looking between each other, feeling a little shaken, a little scattered, not willing to put up a fight yet.
Okay. So what, you think that you're gonna march into my house and you're gonna swing around your fancy pistols and everyone here is gonna rally and rise to defend this sack of shit? These people don't have one spine to put together between all of them. And that's who you're gonna put your life on the line for?
No, I don't think these people are gonna stand up to you, Mina. That's pretty clear. They're afraid, and they ought to be. 'Cause you're scary. I know it, and they know it. What I do think will happen, though, is after I blast you into however many pieces it takes until you're little chunks of gravel, they're gonna dance on top of those pebbles that was once you. Then they'll run the rest of your sorry-ass Targs out of town, and they're gonna make this place their own. Like it always should have been from the beginning. That's what I think's gonna happen. And, you know, Mina's like gritting her teeth, staring at this overconfident, overzealous, cocky gunslinger.
You are well aware that you're far outside Imperial territory right now, right? Like, if I happen to bust open your skull a second time, no one's coming to save you.
Oh, I know. What's more sad is after I shoot you into a couple of pieces, ain't nobody here gonna bother putting you back together.
And they're just standing off against each other again. There's wind blowing. And I think at this point, Mina tightens her fists. There's a click of her heels. And say, let's have a round two as the jet boots foosh into action. All of the Bazaar owners throw up their blast shields and duck behind the counters. You can see the Targ guards don't back her, right? We have successfully scared them out twice, so I think they're hesitant, and I think that is exactly what we need, the leverage we need to try and push Mina out of here. So we're going to put on our Sand Raiders music. There we go. Okay, so she's coming at us full force, jet boots on, spiked knuckles, and shoulder pad in our direction. It's the same move. We've seen this move before. She's already tried it. So we are going to roll our dice. Here we go. I'm going to roll for me. A 4 is pretty good. A 4 and a 4 is an 8. which is pretty respectable. She's got a 2 to attack. Oh, Mina. Mina, baby, with the 1? With the 1, Mina? Okay, so her jet boots click on. She is on us in a moment. But once again, we've seen this move before. We know exactly how it goes. Redarr pulls out the pistols and just aims them, like sidesteps and aims center mass. So as she's flying, 20th OD, kick your teeth in! Thank you. I will definitely mark a point of motivation on my sheet for that. I aim for center mass as she shoulder barges her way forward, leaving her chest completely open to me. You can see the blaster bolts hit her dead center, and just chunks of stone are being torn out in large holes. Her jet boots, of course, take her off course. She goes striding into one of the market stalls, completely demolishes it with the force of her blow, as like some of the merchants scatter. And she wheels around looking down. You can see there's like sand slowly pouring out of her wounds, the equivalent, I suppose, of pellucid blood, as she shakes her head. No, this isn't how it goes. This is my turf. You're just a sack of shit nomad putting his nose where it doesn't belong, and I'm gonna remove it from your face! As she like rolls forward, the jet boots blast again as she raises her hand. Redarr, let's see. I'll give her a chance to get close again. Although I'm gonna say it's a 60% chance Redarr catches her out. He's seen this happen before. He knows how she fights. 11. Sounds like a Tom Cruise move. Exactly. He sees her coming once again. She is just not thinking with her wits about her. She's kind of like Redarr when he's too piping angry to use any sense. Redarr's gonna fire. It's a 2. It's not great. That's a 6. She's gonna roll. 3 plus 2 is 5. Ooh, a quick fight this time around. I'm gonna take that nose off your face! As she like rolls around, puts her fist forward as Redarr releases the pistols, places both of them like front forward as the fist is coming, and pulls the triggers on both simultaneously, kind of like overcharges the shots, and completely blasts her hand off of her body. Just like it just shatters into chunks of stone that like scatter throughout the market, right? And as she's like recoiling from that blow, she tries to swing her other fist, begins shooting down at like the arm here at the bicep, sunders that off, leaving both of her rocky arms removed from her body. She's standing there stunned, sort of unable to defend herself now, as Redarr walks forward, just slowly taking like precise shots at like her stomach to double her over, then her like ankle, then her other ankle, then her knee, just sort of like hitting all these weak points until he takes off her feet and her knees. And she's just standing there, a hunk of rock with now no moving appendages, completely immobile, like laying flat in the middle of the town square. And she's like wriggling, and she's like trying to like set herself free. And Redarr, she's barking. She's like, "What are you doing? Light him up! Bust him down! There's how many of you? Shoot him! And like Redarr like holds up his guns and like aims them in the direction of all the Targs and says, "I got more than enough shots for all of you. And y'all got more than enough time to turn around and walk away. What's it gonna be?" And they all take a look at Mina, who's like floundering on her back like a turtle, like an upturned turtle, unable to swing. They've now seen Redarr in action. They've heard the stories about the gunslinging nomad. And I don't think any of them want that smoke. And they turn around and they begin slowly shuffling out of the bazaar and towards the exit of the settlement. And she's like, "How dare you! Once they find out, once they hear, what you've done, you'll all be dead, you'll be dead, and like screaming, and Redarr walks up to Mina and says, I'm gonna be the first one to tell you this, Mina. You ain't gonna be telling anyone shit. As he like hovers over her shadow, and you can see whatever the approximation of like a pellucid breathing is happening, right? You know, she's like angry, the rocks are rising and falling along her chest, and says, you know, like the sort of realization washing over her, she's lost the battle, she's lost the fort, she's lost her group, and then, you know, there's like a realization that washes over her, and she says, fine. I wouldn't have hesitated if this was the other way around. Just kill me. Just get it over with. And Redarr looks, and he cuts a glance over to the crowd, and he sees the woman who was weeping over Raz'Mahs before, and says, and he clicks his pistols back into the holster and begins walking away from her. And she's like, what are you doing? Finish it! Finish it! Don't just leave me here! Finish it! And I walk over to where I dropped the pipe from before that she had in her hands, and I grab it, and I extend it over toward her, in her direction, and I say, for Raz'Mahs. And there's like an acknowledgement that flashes behind her eyes as she grabs the pipe. For Raz'Mahs. She looks towards like the other people in the crowd as they all begin like nodding their head. For Raz'Mahs. And they all begin like grabbing things from their carts. Maybe it's like a hammer or a wrench or a bucket, like whatever they have nearby, because they probably don't have proper weapons or you know, guns or anything. And you can just hear like this cacophonous murmur of like, for Raz'Mahs, for Raz'Mahs, for Raz'Mahs, as they begin to slowly like encroach upon her position. And Redarr just turns his back towards the scene and begins like walking out of the settlement. For Raz'Mahs, you bastard, come back here, come back. Tink, 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 tink. You just hear like metal on stone as the voice becomes overwhelmed with like shouts of pain and just erupts into like swears and like slurs at Redarr, like whatever hateful vitriol she can manage, but soon that's drowned out by just the overwhelming amount of metal against her body, until eventually it is completely drowned out by nothingness, just desert wind and the distant sounds of triumphant cries from the people of the bazaar. As Redarr, you hear from the distance, and Redarr just blasts his way into the desert, liberating the bazaar and slaying Mina. Absolutely yes. Oh god, that was cathartic. That was cathartic for me, let alone the people of this place. 20th OD says, yes, in chat, absolutely. God, the poetry, the symmetry. Who are we? We're just yes-anding all over the place out here. Oh god, Mina needed it. Mina needed to eat that pipe, face first. For Raz'Mahs, everybody. For Raz'Mahs. No matter what happens, remember Raz'Mahs. Alright. We have to. I know we can. That was such a climactic scene, and it would feel so good to end there. But we have 2 leads, and I'm so confident we can get our last. I think we can do it. Oh, that was such a good scene, though. That's just like one of those moments. I'm going to put our desert music back on. That's just one of those moments where, you know, you're getting the right prompts and you're feeling the right story beats. And, like, you know, we had a really, like, just such, what's the word? Like, pregnant lore, like, deep lore from before with Mina. And, I feel good about that. That was a great moment. That's what the solo RPG is all about, y'all. Flexing that imagination muscle. making some cool shit happen. For Raz'Mahs in the chat. Okay. Here we go. I'm feeling it. This has got to be it. Gotta be it. Exploration. Explore. Yes! I knew it! I'm hype. I'm like a little too hype right now. I am way too excited at the fact that rock gang lady just got absolutely eviscerated by the townsfolk. Oh, shit. I'm firing all cylinders right now. Okay, if our notoriety is 4 or higher, you encounter a lead. However, when you encounter your third lead, you actually encounter your target. And I'm going to make sure that I have that right, because once again, this is the first time that I'm ever doing this. Creating a lead. First, your third lead isn't a lead at all. They instead become the target. Follow the instructions on page 63. So we have found Navi, right? This is Navi. The most successful nomads are relentless in their pursuit of the target. It's only a matter of time before they track them down and face off to earn their bounty. As soon as your notoriety hits 3 or more, you might be prompted to create a lead when you explore. Okay. To create the target, first roll for a showdown, then establish a location where you encounter them in the wilderness. Then with the key information, species, personality, name. Do we have a target? Do we have a target generator? Oh, that's all right. We already have this here. We can do this. Then with our key information, all that remains is to roll on the target table and discover who they really are. You may get to hear their side of the story before they fight for their life. If you manage to defeat them, choose to capture them to gain 2 favor, or kill them to gain 1 favor, or let them go and lose 2 favor, and then move over to the epilogue. Okay. So this is the... Okay. So first of all, number 2. All right, so I'm going to make a few notes here. So for our target, so we rolled target 2, and we're gonna roll for a showdown. Oh man, a showdown with the target finally. Oh my god, I'm still riding such a high from that last scene. 6, you catch up with them at their starship. Okay. So, they probably use some of the things from the leads. That makes sense. So they're trying to get the hell out of here. That is exactly what they're doing. Starship boarding to leave. And then the setting. 3. It's nighttime and you're both lit only by the moons, or artificial light sources. Ooh, moonlit showdown. We're gonna say there's multiple moons. Multiple red moons. Why not? And there's going to be like crimson constellations in the sky. Why not? Let's make this as dramatic as possible. All right, so we got the setting, we got the site, and now we have to figure out what the 2 was too. They're revealed as the first lead that you encountered. Your original target was a decoy or may not even exist at all. Huh. They're revealed as the first lead you encountered. The first lead we encountered was Danica. Oh, shit. Wait a second. So wait, so why would Danica be chasing a bounty on herself? And why, and okay. Oh, I know. Okay, I think I know what's happening here. I think I know what's happening here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do some pathing to make this work. Oh my gosh, but I'm seeing the story in my head. Okay, so all right, so Danica. All right, so there's a job posted for Navi, right? But Navi is actually Danica, or posing as. Now Danica has it out for Redarr because of Kel. Okay? Now, we also know that Navi, quote-unquote, paid Quip for Danica's assassination services. Navi was never leveraging out Danica's, services. Danica was leveraging Danica's services. Danica was always the one going to make a pact with the Empire, right? Always, since the very beginning. And so did she. So in my mind, is this to just to get Redarr out to a remote location so that she could kill him for like a revenge killing outside of guild jurisdiction, right? On a remote bounty infested planet, or Targ infested planet, just setting him up to be assassinated. I think that's what it is. I think this has all been an elaborate plan by Danica, a fake bounty posted by, well, I guess the Red Moon's the only sort of like weird malefactor here. Like, we don't really know. I guess Danica just could have reported it. Could have reported that there was an individual doing this, which caused... Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Danica reports to the Red Moon about a Navi selling illegal spice, right? Which causes the Red Moon to post the bounty. Okay, yeah. This was all sort of like a moral test for Redarr to see if he was really the killer that Danica believes to be. And I think now that she's been bested and he's still on the hunt for Navi, saying like he's a good person, blah 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 blah, they're a good person, blah blah blah. I think this has all just been an elaborate setup to get him out somewhere in the wastes where she can dispose of him. It'd be the second time she tried to attack him. She's already tried to kill him once out here. Ugh. Wow, what a twist. Okay, so wowzers. Okay, so... Alright, we have to read the rest of this prompt. They revealed as the first Legion encountered, your original target was either a decoy or may not have existed at all. It's a trap! No, absolutely. Perhaps it was to go June to striking first. Yeah. I mean, was leading us on, trying to get us to hunt Navi the entire time. How has their personality changed since they last spoke? Then we speak with them, and they attack you as before. They attack you as before with an extra attack power. If you thought you had killed them last time, they instead have cybernetic parts and an extra heart. Okay, so we didn't kill them. We let them walk away, but they are vengeful, so they do have an extra attack power. Okay. Wow, okay. So how has their personality changed? All right, so what's happening here? So we trace their location, the homing beacon, which was given to us initially by Danica to begin with. So Danica knew that we were... Oh my god, Danica was leading us to this place the entire time. She was leading us to this place the entire time. She led us to the outpost where Quip was, just in hopes that Quip would murder us first. That's all it was. It was a delay tactic and a hopes that Quip would beat us down a little bit first, or maybe kill us before getting to her, and we were just successful. Oh my god. The wheels are, like, all the pieces of the puzzle are coming into place. This is wild. What a twist. Okay, so what I think happens is I follow the beacon all the way to a starship, right? In the middle of the desert, right? It's like a remote campsite with only one personal, fighter. Obviously an escape camp. And, I can see what appears to be a pellicid, what the description I have for Navi, sort of like with one hand on top of the the front of the spaceship, almost like they're about to like push themselves up on top of the spaceship so they can get into the cockpit, right? And all this is, the sands are just black and gray. It's pitch dead night. And of course the only thing that we're illuminated by are the red moons and the crimson constellation. So there's this like ghastly sort of red pall which is illuminating the sands over all of like the night. I stop, I see the spaceship, and I see Navi, with their heft being pulled into the starship. I say, "Hey now, you weren't planning on going anywhere without me, were you?" And there's no movement, there's no sound. "Oh, don't tell me I scared you stiff now. I've been following your rocky ass all over Talus, Navi. Least you can do is turn around, give me a howdy do," as I like hop off the side of my bike. And Reef, who's been with us this entire time, is like, still on the back of the bike, sort of like looking around frantically. Something's not right. Something's not right. "Come on, Navi. Game's afoot, jig is up, I know. I done heard it all. You ain't no spice dealer. You're an honest to goodness pellicid just trying to make their way through the world. Danica told me the whole thing quipped too. Alright? I'm sure you come with me. We explain this all to the Red Moon as a big misunderstanding. We all go home happy. What do you say?" There's no movement. I start to cross, further closer. And, of course, Reef is getting a little nervous. Something's not right. Something's not right. Redarr, don't go closer. And I'm like, I don't hear it. I'm so pleased as punch with myself that I found my bounty. I've been traveling these sands for weeks, sweating in my own filth. Least you can do is turn around and face me before I bring you in proper, like a nomad should. Come on now. Nothing. Tink. Tink. I said, "Come on now, Navi." I get closer. Tink. Tink. Redarr. Navi? And I put my hand on their shoulder and it goes like right through them. Now what in the... And it doesn't register to me, right? And then I hear beep, 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 beep. And then it's like, "Redarr, down!" The starship explodes. There's like some sort of explosive device on it. There's a massive ball of fire. Redarr gets, throws up that synthetic cloak just in time to like take the brunt of the flames before he's kicked off of his heels as he's laying flat on his back. As in the distance, from who knows how far away, you hear Attack of the Clones intro. I don't remember that. Was there an exploding starship from Attack of the Clones? That must be so embedded in my memory that I like borrowed it and I don't remember. That's wild. I mean, hey, it fits the theme, Star Wars. You hear something charging up in the distance as Redarr remembers the sound of what a high power range rifle. The ship that lands in the beginning and blows up. Yes, you're right. Priming in the distance as he turns his head and he can see the flicker of a scope's light being reflected in the glint of the constellations, and takes another leap as the beam rips through the air of the laser sniper rifle, and Redarr has to tuck and roll and lay flat on his back behind a piece of the charred ship, sort of reloading his pistols. As once again, quiet settles over the night. Now, I don't want to go assuming nothing, as he's reloading and recharging, but I know the sound of that rifle. Danica, that what happened to be you out there, ain't it?
Your powers of deduction, as always, are immaculate. Redarr.
So like fully charge the rifle. Redarr like rolls out of the way to like another piece of debris. So this is the part where you tell me why you drag me all the way out to the middle of the dunes just try and blow my head off against guild code, might I add, as he's like recharging his guns again, throwing like some peppering fire up above the cover, forcing Danica to move positions.
Well, I think it is rather plain. I've told you once, I've told you again. You are a murderous traitor. You have taken the lives of one of our most faithful, Kel Woe, and you feign ignorance at every turn.
Another shot from the rifle. Redarr has to leap out of the direction. It's just like constant movement as like they find themselves, peppering a few more blasts into the night sky, forcing Danica to move again. They're just circling each other around this like crater of the starship. Danica! I don't know, man, how much, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you this till I'm blue in the face. Kel was just as important to me as he was to you, maybe more so. You call me his killer one more time, I can't guarantee what happens to you.
That is fine. I can guarantee what happens to you either way. You leave here without a head.
They're like flipping and jumping from place to place. Danica, anyone finds out you tried to murder me on a job that you posted yourself, this setup, you ain't just gonna be kicked out of the guild. They're gonna put a retribution bounty on your head, girl. They're gonna be hunting you from one end of the galaxy to the other. It's gonna be your life. Turn around while you still got the chance. And Danica charges up her rifle once again.
A chance that Kel never got. A chance that Kel you never gave him. I would rather run my entire life from these packs of liars and ingrates than to live with the thought of his failure one more day.
Another shot. Rolling, dodging, finding themselves back in the dunes. His pistols are fully loaded. Alright, Danica. I'm gonna roll out behind this cover one more time. When I do that, I ain't shooting to wing, you hear me? You made it clear you ain't gonna let me walk away breathing. Unless I hear you turn around, make your way back to the sands, you're gonna have to assume I'm gonna do the same to you.
I would expect nothing less. Redarr Kenth. Why do you not show me what famous gunslinging you can do when you're out of your element?
As she preps her rifle. In truth, Redarr kind of has no idea. I mean, he's firing into the darkness, but this is truly Danica's in her best situation right now, which probably is indicative of why she has the extra attack power. She's attacking at night from stealth with a sniper rifle. This is not where Redarr wants to be. Okay, so... Alright, here we go. This is the final fight. I'm gonna play our, There we go. Whew. Let's go back a couple steps. We already have all of Danica's stuff here. The Bridge Canyon. Alright, so she got a precision scope rifle. This is me. This is her. Let's put it here. And she actually has a +5 on the first roll, +3 to all subsequent rolls, and then a +4 to hit with her knife. Because she has +1 to attack on all fronts. Alright, so first things first. She will shoot for Redarr. 2, okay. 2 + 4 is still 6, though. And then we're going to roll for Danica. Danica rolls a 3 plus a 5, 6, 7, 8. So Danica actually has the upper hand on this first shot. However, I do have some motivation to roll, some inspiration from chat. So I will definitely use it and see if I can get a better shot. A 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That puts me 1 shot above her. So Redarr's now at a 9 versus the 8. So Redarr rolls out. He has no idea where she is, but he rolls out from underneath the cover as the shot is fired. How would Redarr even have the opportunity to dodge this? You know, maybe he does it. Like maybe. Actually, no. This is such... Okay, if anyone's ever watched Trigun, we're going to do a little Vash the Stampede moment. Danica's primed the shot. She knows exactly where Redarr is. It is just a trigger point away, and he's going to have a hole in him the size of a house. She sees movement in the darkness, just cascaded by the red light. She fires. And hits squarely something. Burns a hole through something, right? It hits the sand. She, like, raises her head to see if it's going to be Redarr's body lying there, crumpled in a heap. But instead, it's his hat with a big old hole burnt straight through the center of it. And as she's, like, recharging her rifle, oh, shit. She whips her head around, and then you can see the ship that lets me... Oh, yeah. You can see that from the other side of the piece of cover wheels Redarr without his hat, releasing some shots into the air. Ping, 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 catching her armor, catching her cloak, knocks her back, cuts into some of her suit, and now there's leakage of red beginning to drain down that pristine white and silver. She doesn't get the extra defense bonus because we spared her last time, so she only has 1 defense, so now she's down to 0. So we have 1 more shot. Honestly, I think Danica might do the same thing she tried to do before. Maybe try to stealth and get in close, because technically now her knife is better than her gun. So she's going to try to do the stealth thing again. We're going to once again see if Redarr has a chance. We're going to give him less than a 50-50 shot. It's still stealth camo, like, at night. We'll give her... But he knows it's coming. We'll give him a 60% chance of success. Okay. Perfect. Danica winks out of existence as her holographic camo, makes her body disappear. And you can see there's just, like, it's eerily silent except for the charred remains of the starship, which is crumbling out, nearby. Redarr's, like, holding his guns in all directions, sort of pointing them, just kind of trying to get a beat on her, as he can hear, like, a chuckle, a silent chuckle, right, an invisible chuckle throughout the wastes.
Is that fear that I smell on you, Redarr Kenth? I thought you were unshakable, unmovable, even.
Well, you just caught me at a bad time, that's all, Danica. But I ain't scared. Just biding my time.
Time. A resource that you are losing very quickly.
It's like, he hears, like, maybe a few footsteps on the sand. He turns his head, takes a shot, but there's nothing there. Just buries it into the sand. There's, like, another whisper, another laugh.
It surprises me that someone so easily shaken could have taken the life of Kel Woe.
I ain't take Kel's life. If anything, I tried to spare it, Danica. I tell you, if you could just see inside my head.
Oh, don't worry. I plan on looking inside of your head. But it will be at the end of a knife!
And then, shoom, there's another flash of light as Redarr turns around just in time to see, like, footprints in the sand rapidly approaching him as Danica leaps into the air, brandishing her blade once again. But he gets the chance to fire with his pistols. So, we're gonna go Danica. Or sorry, me. I always roll for me first. So that's gonna be 8 for me. And now, Danica. Ooh. That's a tie. That is a tie. And they beat me on a tie. So I'm going to have to burn another point of inspiration. To roll. I'm going to re-roll her dice. I can either roll mine again or re-roll hers. Because I think the likelihood of getting her lower than a 4 is better. Okay. Alright, so then she's at a 9. I'm going to re-roll one of my die. No, actually, I'm going to re-roll her die again. We gotta get... We have the resources. We gotta spend them. Gotta get lower than a 5. A 3. So 3 plus 4. 5, 6, 7. We got an 8. Initially. I think that's it. Okay, so she says, I plan on seeing the inside of your head through the end of my knife! Reappears in midair. Blade, right in front of me, as I spin my pistols towards her. She's coming down. I put both pistols, sort of line them up side by side, and take one shot. I catch her straight in the stomach, right? As she drops the knife midair, falls, spins out into the sand, her cloak flailing in all directions, as she eventually, lands flat on her back. A knife, once again, we'll say it, flips dramatically in the air and then sinks blade down, into the sand at a decent pace away. Just out of arm's length, just out of arm's reach. As she's, clutching her wound, blood splurting up from her mouth. But she has been defeated. So we can go back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay, so now we have to go to... if you manage to defeat them, choose to capture them to gain 2 favor, kill them to gain 1 favor, or let them go and lose 2 favor. Oh gosh, we can capture her or kill her? Oh no. What do we do? Ching! 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 You hear the spurs walking up astride Danica as she's bleeding out. She's holding her stomach and continuing to cough up blood. Redarr looks down at her. Now, that wound's bad. And it will be fatal. But there's still some time to patch you up. Got some all solvent in the tank back on the bike. Just a couple shots. Could have you stable. Could take you someplace safe. And there's more, blood coughing out of her mouth. I do not want your mercy. I do not care for your pity. And I certainly don't believe that you would give me it in the first place. Danica, I can't convince you that I ain't a killer in the way you think I am. There's blood on these hands, sure. But they was never meant to be a nomad's. Kel's or yours. That's guild code. And I'll live by that code as close as I can. I falter, but I ain't never forget it. Unlike some people. And she coughs again. Save the biting commentary, Redarr. I do not regret what I have done. If given the chance, I would try to take your head again. You wandered into the Nomads Guild as a boy, after we had hunted the galaxy for years. Kel was a legend, not just to you, but to all of us. Do you think you are his only protege? That you are the only one who saw him as a father? As a friend? More blood. No. You took that duty from all of us. You stole him from the guild
And then you stole his life. You stole him from the galaxy.
Danica. I take a knee down beside her.
You gotta tell me right now that I'll let you live, that this ends. I can't have you myself always thinking that your barrel's gonna be trained at my back. I can't live life that way. You're making it so the only way I can solve this problem is permanently. You understand? I don't want to do that. Oh no. I am forcing your hand. Something that Kel never did for you. Coddled you. Like a baby.
And there's like, oh man, like, I honestly don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do. Like, if I capture her and I take her in, like, her life is, like, over. Like, it's, like, bad. If I let her go, she's gonna hunt me forever. And I don't want to kill her.
Danica, you understand. I take you into the guild. I mean, they're gonna... I don't even know what they do to defectors. I heard tales. They ain't pretty. I would suffer it if it meant that you had to live with the haunting horror of the thought.
It's like a Batman and Catwoman relationship. Capture her because she's delusional and thinks she's above other people's morals and laws. You gotta let her go? We gotta let her go and a capture. That's a tight split. That is a tight split. Ugh. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Danica? Oh boy. I have a soft spot for her. You have a soft spot for Danica? She tried to murder us twice. She set up this whole elaborate bounty gig just so she could draw us out somewhere. Vulnerable. But I mean, also, she also is being driven by the revenge for, like, her fond memories of Kel, and that's why we have done some pretty terrible things, right? Like, we've done some pretty terrible things. We did a whole-ass massacre. Are we better? Are we so different? Ugh, this is what I mean. This is agonizing. Ugh. This is agonizing. Ugh. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at the code. The guild code. Finish the job. We always fulfill... Are we not men? wait, what's the, And then we said nay. We are but men, Rock. Finish the job. The guild always fulfills a contract. Only kill when necessary. The guild is a blade, not a hammer. Is this necessary? We know that if we let her live, she will not stop hunting us. Nomads don't fight nomads. Well, we already broke that rule, but we didn't want to. It wasn't our plan. The employer's business is their own. It doesn't really apply here. Don't get attached. The guild doesn't deal in good deeds. Letting her go certainly implies a level of attachment. Killing her is not guild code. But finishing the job would be finishing the bounty. It's like, I think if we're trying to adhere to guild code as much as possible, which I think Redarr would attempt to do as best he could, even though it's clear that in the life of a nomad, those tenets come into conflict with each other at all times. I think the only thing left to do would be to capture her. I think that's what we have to do. I'm still torn. It's like it's a crazy decision, but like it's the only one that feels like it's the only one that Redarr could make sense of if he's adhering to the code, which is the only thing he can really rely on in this moment. Because if he lets his morals get in the way, if he lets his personal feelings get in the way, Ask the magic 8-ball. Okay. 8-ball. Should we capture Danica? Does it work for me on chat? Fair tidings ahead. Sounds like that's correct. Fair tidings ahead. He's like on his knee, watching Danica bleed out. She's staring like, once again, her eyes never blink. So this whole time where she's coughing and bleeding, her eyes never blink. They're just two orbs of light staring through Redarr as she's dying. Like, oh my god, how haunting. He's like watching her he can count down in seconds her life. And then, he's like holding the pistol as hard as he can. His hand is shaking. He like raises it for a second, and then he spins it and holsters it, and says, "Reef, get your shell ass over here. Get those meds. Come on, get." And Reef is like, okay. And he starts like digging through all the packs on the back of the bike and like rushing over. Feed the dragon some meat. Feed the beans. Feed the beans. Feed the beans. We need to get I need to find new art for the feeding stuff that looks like a can of beans. Oh, okay. Still level 9, but he's making that wheel. Dude, Beans is so happy. Thank you for feeding Beans. Beans loves y'all. Beans loves y'all so much. Okay. Reef rushes over to the bike, grabs all of Redarr's supplies, wheels him over. Says, "That one with the cap and the syringe. You pull that out. You stick that there right now." And Reef is just like taking all the orders, like, "Okay, I got you. I hear you." And like starting to like pump Danica full of like this medi-gel, this like curative liquid. She coughs up another gout of blood, but then it also like sort of intermingles with like that. I imagine it's like a bluish paste of like the healing fluid, which is like being pushed through her body. And she goes, "How dare you? How dare you not give me this release? You bastard, Redarr Kenth, you bastard!" And like, as she's like yelling, I like grab her by the wrist and I reach onto like my hip and I produce what I imagine to be, the equivalent of manacles in this universe. They're probably some sort of like bindings that are like partially metallic, partially energetic. And I like place them between like her wrists as they activate and zoop, and like lock her wrists in place. By the name of the guild, by authority of the nomads of this sector of the outer space, I, Redarr Kenth, claim you as a hereby prisoner of our organization, Danica LaFoe. You are to be brought before the council of all ruling nomads to see their judgment as they deem it fit. Not by my gun. That ain't for me to say. You got bigger names to call to, girl. And it's their mercy you're gonna have to plead for, not mine. And so I start like raising her up. I like throw over my shoulder, right? I begin marching my way towards the bike. She's like flailing and like kicking against me.
You will see, Redarr Kenth. You will see. They will not hold me. No binds can hold Danica LaFoe. I will escape their custody. Whatever punishment they find for me, I will avoid it and I will find you. I will be the one that puts that final shot between your eyes, Redarr Kenth. I will be the one to finish the job.
As I like, throw her on the back of the bike, there's sort of like, we'll say like there's like a mag lock that like syncs up with the manacles, like hold her in place and like, attach her essentially to the bindings of the bike, like with very minimal physical effort. As I throw my leg over the bike, and I say, "I already got the manacles out, Danica. Don't make me get a gag too." As this Reef hops onto the back of the bike behind me, as we cut into the sands and we blast our way through the dunes. Danica on the back of the bike as we prepare to turn her in to presumably the Red Moon Syndicate to show that her setup was a ruse, and hopefully get some form of payment for all the trouble that we went through to turn in this job. Okay, so let's see here. So that means we have to go back to the showdowns. Epilogue. Cinematic showdown. Target. If we capture them, gain 2 favor. Alright, we're at 2 favor. Then move to the epilogue. Epilogue. Once you've confronted the target and decided their fate, you're ready to end this chapter of your Nomad story. To determine the epilogue and finish the game, multiply your motivation by 2 and add it to your favor. Interesting. We had to use a lot of motivation in that last fight to not take any shots from Danica. So we multiply our favor motivation by 2. So that would be 2 times 2 is 4. Yeah. And then add it to my favor. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. Look up the results on these pages and answer the final question, then this chapter is complete. If you choose to play again with the same Nomad, you'll have a new set of starting attributes and some history to build off of. So I think I'm doing that right? Right? 2 times 2 is 4. Wow, this is me doing like the most simple math. Plus favor, 5. Yeah, that's 9. Okay, so let's consult the table. You've infuriated the faction that the target was aligned with, and they place a substantial bounty on your head. You're now the target of an infamous rival Nomad. Who is this Nomad, and how do you plan to deal with them? If you continue your story with the same Nomad, start your game with 1 notoriety, 1 favor, and 2 motivation. Oh, so we know exactly what happens. So first of all, I'm just going to mark this on my sheet. So I start with 1 notoriety, 1 favor, 2 motivation. 1 favor, 1 notoriety, 2 motivation. So we anger the target that we employed us. Yeah, of course, the Red Moon Syndicate. So we come back to the Red Moon Syndicate and we say, hey, by the way, that person you sent us after, Navi Mod, turns out that was a ruse. That was an alias implanted by another Nomad by the name of Danica LaFoe, who was actually trying to set up an elaborate murder plot for me, because she holds me personally responsible for a mutual friend of ours. So everything that you thought about the spice trade and the Targ deals and all that stuff, that actually wasn't true. So there is no person to turn in, but I did bring back Danica, right? And so, like, they probably don't believe a word that I say, right? And so I'm probably going to bring this before, so they're obviously infuriated with me. And they'll probably place a bounty on my head equal to the amount of credits that, like, I owe them, right? Because, like, I didn't turn in Navi. So I probably, basically Navi's bounty's been transferred to my head, essentially, right? And now you're now the target of an infamous rival Nomad. Well, what do you think happens? I go back to the bounty council, the Nomads, and I turn over Danica, and I think it's just like she said. I think either through her stealth and her subterfuge and her, like, her wits, she manages to escape them, right? A, or B, I mean, she went through all this trouble to have the perfect story in place to, like, trick me into getting me in the middle of the desert to kill me. She probably had fail-safes to kind of counter my evidence and, like, proclaim that this is in no way true and that I actually just botched this job. And so maybe they let her go. Either way, either she escapes or they let her go and she's on the loose, right? And now I have a bounty on my head, which gives Danica the perfect reason to hunt me lawfully, right? Danimals lives. I think that's what happens. I think Redarr, unfortunately, is I mean, he fought damn well and damn hard, but at the end of the day, Danica was, 5 steps ahead of him. If she couldn't kill him, she would make sure that someone would try eventually. This just got all sorts of doomed, I know, right? But damn, does it make for drama? Does it make for good storytelling? Yeah, and I think Danica splits. She hits deep space, and she's gonna bide her time. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Why roll up an entirely new infamous nomad when we literally have, like, a nomad that hates our guts, like, hunting us? I think that's awesome. I think that's much better. Wow. Okay. And that's it. That's our tale for now. That's the tale of Redarr Kenth. At least tale number 1. If we ever do more. Damn. I'm gonna go back to, well, actually, no, before I go back to just chatting. So yeah, this was Notorious by Jason Price. Jason, I have nothing but glowing things to say about this. If you ever watch this. I loved this game. So easy to run. 2 dice is all you need. Very easy mechanics to understand. But so rife with, like, prompts that create interesting stories of gunslingers and revenge and, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not to say that I was pleasantly surprised. I heard good things about it, but, it says a lot that a game that can be, with mechanics that aren't that complex. 2 dice, I learned how to run it in an hour, and it gave us, like, 10 hours, essentially, right? If we add up both sessions of our game together, like, 10 hours of, like, really deep, cool story moments, like, personal development and drama from Redarr, and, like, a whole, climactic arc with killing the gang leader in the middle of town, and, like, double crossing. Like, what was that? That was a wild story. And look, and that was just one nomad, right? That was just the gunslinger. Or the scoundrel, I should say. You could play any one of these other nomads and have different story prompts. Depending on what you randomly roll, they're going to be entirely different stories. Truly, like, an astounding feat of design to be able to say and tell so much. With, like, this book, what is this page count? Pages 60, 69 pages technically without character sheets. God, D&D books. I mean, not that I have any problem with thicker books. I love, RPGs with a lot of rules. I play them. But, like, how much more game can you get for under 100 pages? That's a lot of game for 100 pages. That's great. That's just excellent. The bot is so cute. I'm a sucker for the droids. Yeah, he is cute. Actually, what's funny about the droid, I think, or the bot, he has, like, this weird, in Melee, they have the ability self-destruct sequence. If you ever choose to use the self-destruct sequence, you deal 5 damage, which ignores defense, but it ends your game immediately. You can literally just blow yourself up and end the game, which is hilarious to me. But, wow. I'm, like, truly, I don't know, I'm, like, flabbergasted by how cool that game was. I'm very pleased with this purchase. $10, I'll definitely play this again. Maybe not on stream, maybe on stream. I mean, it depends on what the people want, right? There's so many other games that I want to play, but I really did enjoy this game. And I really enjoy the character of Redarr. I think he's a badass. I like his design. In my head, at least, I like his story. So I would not mind running more bounties with Redarr, especially the way his story panned out. But there's still so many games that I want to play too. So, you know, if this does seem like something y'all want to see again, I could definitely give it another shot. But for now, you know, we'll leave it up in the air. We'll see where we go with it. But I think with that, so once again, Notorious, more sci-fi. I know, you know what's funny, Mochi? I was looking at the analytics for the YouTube channel, and surprisingly, one of the videos that still does really, really well is the Numenera game, the solo Numenera game of Jason Covey, which you watched. And I keep meaning to do another session of it, but I just haven't. I've just been like getting sidetracked with other things. But the rule book that I was using to DM it by myself, the Mythic GM emulator, it actually released a new version, a second. Oh yeah, and you are supposed to have a character named after you. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. So yeah, what I think I might do is I might run another Numenera game soon with Jason. So if you've not seen the first episode of the Numenera Cypher System solo game that I ran, it's on our YouTube channel. I think it's too old to be on Twitch at this point. But a weird sci-fi, sci-fantasy kind of game. Very cool. Yeah, I definitely think I'm gonna try that again and see what people think, because it surprisingly still does very well on the YouTube, despite only having one session. But with that being said, this is Notorious by Jason Price. Please pick this up from itch.io. $10. I got 10 hours for $10. You know, I got more than 10 hours for $10, and I'll probably have more, you know, time with it. So definitely worth the pennies. But let's go back to the so yeah, everyone, thank you for sticking around. If you stayed to watch the full episode, I appreciate you so much. I am Wolfe Scott. I am your host and Dungeon Master of Level 1 Adventuring. Once again, we are a TTRPG and RPG channel. We do a whole bunch of different games. Notorious is one. D&D is another. Cypher System is another. We're currently running a game of Solasta, which is like a digital 5th edition port, which is very fun. We'll be doing a session of that soon. Tomorrow is Wednesday, which is normally our D&D campaign night. We won't have the first Salad Star in all caps. We won't have the full head count for the campaign tomorrow, the D&D campaign. So I think what instead we'll be doing is Fall of Magic. So that'll be me, Garrett, and Amber doing the collaborative storytelling game, The Fall of Magic, which we have 3 episodes currently up on YouTube. So if you're not caught up, I recommend you do catch up. They're fun. It's an interesting fantasy tale about trying to take an ancient magical being across the land to a mysterious location, and we're trying to protect them all the while. It's very fun. And I'd love to see you there. That'll be tomorrow around the same time, probably 7:30-ish. And as I've mentioned before, please follow us on all the stuff. All of our socials are linked on our link tree. Really trying to grow the YouTube right now, so it would mean a lot to me if you went there. And also the Discord, because the Discord is our community space where we talk about all the games we're going to play. And as I've been talking about, it is going to be set up as a 5th edition play-by-post realm, so you can go there and actually play some D&D with the community. It's going to be a great time, and I really hope to see you there. Shout out to, I almost said Salad Star, Streamlabs, Streamspell, and Tabletop Audio for providing all of our digital effects for the stream and the sounds respectively. Major props to them. But I think, with all of that being said, that is all that I have for you, Wolfe Scott, your Dungeon Master. Oh, Mochi, speaking of Daddy Hat, I found him again in game. He's still in the game. I did some stuff off of camera to resolve some quests and buy some stuff. We'll talk about the next time I run a Salad Star. But I ran into a part of town that I'd never been to before that still had Fog of War on it. And he's in town. Like, I guess he comes back to town after you free that fort or whatever. He didn't have any dialogue. I tried to talk to him to see if he'd have anything to say. But he pretty much was just like, "Hail, adventurers," and like didn't say anything like important. But no, Daddy Hat lives. Daddy Hat's in town, hanging out, just vibing. So we'll go visit Daddy Hat next Salad Star stream. But I think that is all I have. So from myself, Wolfe Scott, your host and dungeon master, from the entire gang at Level 1 Adventuring, and from Beans, the stream dragon mascot who's floating cutely in front of your eyes right now, I thank you for all the time and energy that you give us every week. It is so appreciated. And I hope to see you for the next stream, whatever game we're doing. I just announced it was Fall of Magic. But, you know, for every stream, whatever we're doing. And I think it's about time that everyone gets some rest, you know? Everyone just takes a little snooze. What are you thinking? How you feeling, guys? Guys, gals, gang, folks? You ready? You ready to... Good night, y'all. That's what I wanted to see. All right, friends. I'll see you on the Discord, and we'll be gaming soon. So have some good snoozes. Be good, be easy, and goodbye. I'm gonna run that outro as soon as I find it. There it is.